Hey YouTube, I'm Kishan and in this video we are going to create this amazing Amazon clone. And I have added many features as per your request. I have used Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Next.UI, Stripe for payments, Typescript, generated the backend using Amplication. Also at the end we are going to host this app on Aptible using Docker. We have used Zustand for state management. We have also used Recharts for charts. We have also created an admin panel and many more awesome stuff. So without wasting any more time, let's get started and let me give you a demo of this application. And yeah, one more thing before we get started, that our channel has crossed 25,000 subscribers this year. Apart from this, I've also started freelancing with a very small team of my own. So if you guys have any professional requirements, me and my team can help you with all your requirements. You already know my work, and if not, and if you want to see more of it, you can head over to my GitHub link from here. And all of my source codes are open source and you can just check it out from here. Now, I have got some incredibly exciting news for you today, and I guarantee you won't want to miss out on this opportunity. I have teamed up with Aptible to bring you a fantastic giveaway worth $500. Yes, you heard it right, $500. And I'm going to tell you exactly how you can participate in it. But first, let me quickly introduce Aptible for those who might not be familiar with Aptible. Aptible is a fantastic platform for hosting applications securely and efficiently, and they've been kind enough to sponsor this giveaway. Now, let's dive into the details. So here's the deal. Aptible is challenging our community to host the Amazon clone on their platform and share their experiences on Dev.to, a fantastic community for developers. And the best part? Aptible is putting up $500 as the grand prize for one lucky winner. Here's how you can participate and stand a chance to win. Step 1. Host your app on Aptible. Head over to aptible.com, set up your application hosting, and experience the seamless and secure environment they provide. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Step 2. Write a detailed blog on Dev.to. Once your app is up and running, share your journey by writing a detailed blog post on Dev.to. Cover everything from the setup process to your overall experience with Aptible. Here's a demo post written by me on how to deploy the Amazon clone on Aptible. You can read this and you can take this as a reference and write your blog post. Make sure that you attach the different types of images of the process to increase your chances to win. Step 3. Submit your article on my Discord server. There's a dedicated giveaway submission channel named as Aptible Giveaway Amazon Clone. You can submit your article here and our team will verify it and mark your entry into the giveaway. Now you might be wondering why Aptible? Well, besides the chance to win $500, Aptible offers a robust and developer-friendly platform for hosting your applications. With features like easy deployment, strong security protocols, and scalability, it's a game changer for anyone serious about their app hosting. Now let's talk about the deadlines and winner announcement. The deadline for submission is 15th January 2024. After that, our team will carefully review all the entries and will announce the winner on 20th January 2024 on my Discord server. So make sure you stay tuned for that. So now, what are you waiting for? Get started now and let's make this giveaway a massive success. Thank you Aptible for making this possible, and thank you to our incredible community for your continued support. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel and spread the word. And now let's get started with the video. Okay, so this is the navbar of our Amazon clone. You can see that we have this select category here. When we click over this, we'll see all of the categories inside a popover, and you can see the screen is blurred out. Isn't this an amazing effect? And when you click on this, you will be redirected to the category page. Now you can also search for products from here. Then you can also manage your account from here, log out or your orders. You can check out your cart. We'll see that in a moment. So here you have the products. Okay, so now when you click on this product, you'll be redirected to the products page and you will see the image of the product. You can also switch the images of the product from here. You have all the details here, the description, the variants, the colors, and you can add it to cart or buy now. When we click on this add to cart, you'll see that the number here increases. Now let's head to Amazon again and let's select this product and add it to cart. You can see that the cart value increases here. And when we click on cart, you can see the products that you have inside your cart. You can increase the quantity from here or decrease the quantity, and the price here updates automatically. Now we have Stripe and cash on delivery. Now before ordering the product, let me show you the categories. If we select on jewelry, then we will have all the products with the type as category. Then we have this awesome filters section here and the product here. Let's add this product to cart. The product was added. Now I'm going to click on this button again. I'm going to click 4 to 5 times and we'll head over to cart from here, and you can see that it was added 6 times. So the total unique quantities was maintained here. Isn't it awesome? Now let's search for a product. I'm going to search for a product with A, small a, search, and you will get all the product that has A inside of it. Now let's search for a specific name. Let's search for a Fit, and you'll get that watch here. Now let's head to the watch page, select the variant and the color, and let's click on add to cart. Let's head over to the cart, and we have added that here as well. Now you can also delete something from your cart. So we have this delete icon here, and if we don't need this product, we can click on this and the product would be deleted from the cart and all the prices would be updated dynamically here. Now let me refresh the page, and if we refresh the page, the cart would be reset, and you can see that we have this UI which says that cart is empty. Now let's add some more products to our cart and let's buy those products. So I'm going to add the iPhone, buy now, and it has been added to the cart. I need 2 iPhones, and I'm going to check out with Stripe, and you can see that this UI is created using Stripe. And I want to show you something, that the order was created and we have not paid for that order. So you can see that the order is created here and the payment status is incomplete in our Stripe dashboard. So let's do the payment. I'm going to use this demo email and use card number provided by Stripe. Pay now, and as soon as our payment is successful, we'll be redirected to the My Orders page. And now let's head over to Stripe, and I'm going to refresh it here. And you can see that our payment was marked as completed. So our Stripe integration is working. Now if we had selected cash on delivery, then our payment status would be pending here. And if we have selected Stripe, and if there was any issue with the payment, then it will show pending here. Now we can also see the products inside our order. So I'm going to select this from here, and you can see all the products in this order and the total amount, the status and the payment method here. And that's it. This is for the client side. Now we have also created an admin panel for managing all of this. We'll need to log out from here, and this is the login page, and this is the sign up page. Now let's head over to the admin panel, and you'll see that if you are not logged in, then you will not be able to access the admin panel. It will say please log in and will redirect you to the admin login page. So we have secured our application. Now let's log in with our admin account. And this user was not an admin, so there's an error message that please log in with an admin user. So this user was a normal user, so we'll need to log in with an admin user. So our app is also secure like that. Let's head over to admin/login. Now let me log in with this account. And now you can see that I was able to access the dashboard, and you can see the amazing dashboard with all the charts here. So we have the stats here, the total category, the total products, total users, total orders, total revenue till date, the daily revenue, the monthly sales, and the sale by category, and details about some recent orders. Now this gets updated dynamically. Now we have this awesome sidebar here. From this you can add category, products, or just see your orders. So now this is the add category page. So let's add a category named as keyboard, and let's add this category. As soon as we add it, we'll be redirected to the all categories page, and from here you'll see all the categories inside of it, and we have this keyboard category here, and we also have pagination here. We can also search for categories here, and you can see the total number of products here inside all the categories. You can edit the category from here or delete the category. Now let's click on edit and change the mobile phone categories to smartphones. Save the category, and you will see this beautiful toast message that the category was updated. Now we'll try to delete a category. I'm going to delete this category, and you'll see that we have this toast message that cannot delete category with products. So we were going to delete a category which is already associated with a product. So we have also handled those use cases. Now let's try to delete a category which doesn't have a product. Let's delete this category, and you will see that we have created this awesome model with a blur effect. And if we close this, then the product would not be deleted. And if we click on the delete button, the product would be deleted, and we'll have this beautiful toast message. Now let's head over to the all products. You can see all the products that we have inside our system here. And we have the same CRUD operations here. If the product has orders, then we'll not be able to delete that product. Delete, and cannot delete product with orders. We can delete this product, delete, and it was deleted. We can create a product from here. We also have pagination here. We can also search product by its name. So that's working. Now we can also update a product if we click on this. So from here we can also update the product. And now let's head over to the orders page. And from here you will see all the orders that has been generated for all the users. You can see the payment status and the payment type here, the price, the products. If we click on this, you will see what product this order has, and you can also change the payment status of your order from pending to completed or completed to pending. If I click on update, it would be done in real time. You'll see that, and we'll have order status updated. If I change it to pending again, you'll see that in real time, and this would also be reflected in the user's account. Now let's log out, and now let's continue with the second part of our Amazon clone. Today I've got something really special to share with you all, a game changer in the world of software development that I'm thrilled to introduce, Amplication. As developers, we know how crucial it is to streamline our workflow, boost our efficiency, and bring our ideas to life faster than ever. That's where Amplication comes in, and let me tell you, it's a real game changer. So Amplication is an open source platform that generates production ready backend services which are reliable, secure, and consistent. Amplication generates backend services with the highest standards, consistency, and scalability. Amplication helps you accelerate your development 20 times faster, so you will never waste your time on boilerplate code and repetitive tasks again. So how exactly the Amplication backend development platform works? Simply configure your architecture with APIs, data models, database, and more. It will automatically generate all the boilerplate code and the infrastructure code. You can continuously get pull requests with the generated code to your Git repositories, and you can freely customize and extend the generated code. That's it. So working with backend is never a hassle again. Okay, so now I'm inside my GitHub, and I'm going to create a new repository by clicking here, the green button, create repository. Click on it, and I'm going to name this repository as Next.js Amazon clone, and this is going to be public, and I'm going to add a readme file. Now let's create the repository, and the repo is created. Now let's head over to Amplication for generating our backend. This is the Amplication home page. It generates production ready backend services. I'm going to log in. I'm going to start the process from scratch. So I'm going to continue with my GitHub account. I'm going to authorize the application. And our GitHub was connected. Now let's start. I'm going to name this service as Amazon Backend. Click continue, and we are going to connect GitHub, and I'm going to have all repository access, or you can also select a single repository, so it also gives you refined access. So I'm going to have the all repositories option and click install, and this was completed. Now I want to select the repository. I'm going to select this Next.js Amazon clone that we just created. Select it, and I'm going to click on this continue button now. Now application provides the GraphQL API, REST API and Swaggy UI and the admin UI. I'm going to keep this checked, hit continue, and in here I'm going to select the poly repo and hit continue. And for the database, we are going to use the PostgreSQL. If you want to use MongoDB or MySQL, application provides the option for that as well and configures things automatically. So for this, we are going to use PostgreSQL. Okay, so let's hit continue. Now application also provides some templates for your data model. It's a predefined set of entities and fields. So we are going to start it from scratch. So I'm going to select this option empty. Hit continue, and now application also provides the feature for authentication and authorization of your service, so your services are protected. So we are going to select this include auth module. If you don't want authentication in your project, just select the skip authentication and the code for the authentication would not be included. So we are going to need this auth module. Hit continue, and all is set. Application is generating our code. Let's wait for it. Now let's hit continue, and your service was created. Now let's head over to I'm done, view my service. So these are the details that you filled in the process. Now we are going to add some entities. So entities is nothing but it's just kind of tables in your database. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this user entity, and these are set of fields that are predefined by application, and we are going to add one more, which is going to be is admin, to check if the logged in user is an admin. Now I'm going to click on this plus icon, and it is automatically created. And now the data type for this is going to be boolean. Now let's head over to the entities again, and this time I'm going to create another entity, and the name of entity would be products. So this will store all of our products. Create the entity, and now we are going to add the fields to the entity. So the first one is going to be title. Hit enter, and title is going to be a single line text, and it is going to be a required field. Now other is going to be the description. Hit enter, and this one is going to be a JSON type because we are going to provide an array of descriptions, and this is also a required field. Now after this, I'm going to have a title price. Hit enter. This is also a required field. This is a decimal number. Now we will have a discounted price. This is also a required field. Now we'll have colors field. So this is going to be an JSON data type because we are going to store an array of colors. After this, we are going to have a field named as variants. So this is going to store the different type of variants. This is going to be a required field on here and in the colors as well. This is going to be a JSON. Add the field. Now we are going to add some more fields. This is going to be images, and this is also going to be in JSON because we are going to store the array of the links. This is a required field, and for now that's it. Now let's head over to the entities again. and now I'm going to create another entity which is going to be named as category. So all the products are going to have some categories. So let's give it a name field. This is going to be a single line text and we are going to mark this as required field. After this, we'll have a products field. This is going to be a relation to entity. This is going to be a required field, and make sure that you have checked this. One category can be related to many products, and you have this kind of relation here. And when you click on the products here, you can see that the category was automatically added here, and we have this option here. One product can be related to one category. So isn't application cool? It generated all of this relation automatically without any kind of hassles. Now all of the products are going to have some reviews. So reviews, create entity, and we are going to have a rating field. Rating is going to be a whole number or a decimal number, but I'm going to select whole number here, and this is going to be a required field. After that, I'm going to have a user here. So we are going to check which user has given this review. So this is also going to be a relation to entity, and check this option of one review can be related to one user only. And when we click on this user here, you can see that the reviews was added here as well. Now let's head backwards, and now let's add a product relation here. So the review should be associated with the user and a product. So hit enter, and this is already selected as relation to entity. Related entities products, and one reviews can be related to one product only. And that's it. Our reviews entity is complete. Now we have to create last entity, which is going to be orders. So orders, create entity, and all the orders are created by a user. So we are going to have a user associated with it, and we'll have relation to entity here. Related entity is user. One order can be related to one user only. Now after that, we are going to have the products here. So orders can have products. So one orders can be related to many products. Then we are going to have a price field here. The price field would be a decimal number. Then we are going to have a status field, which is going to be JSON data type. After that, we are going to have a payment intent field. This is useful if you want to create a payment gateway. Payment intent, and this is going to be a single line text. After that, we are going to have a payment status field. This is going to be boolean, and this will denote that if the payment was completed. And that's it. This entity was also created. Now I also want you to show you one more feature of application. If you are coming from any other project and you don't want to create all your entities here and you have your Prisma schema, so what you can do is you can select your Prisma schema and just upload it here, and application will automatically create all your relations and entities according to your Prisma file. Isn't this feature cool? Now let's commit our changes and build the application by clicking here, commit changes and build. Click on it and wait for it to build our application. You can see the detailed info in here. So build was completed and application automatically pushed our code to our GitHub repo. And now let's head over to our GitHub repo. You can just click here at the bottom, open with GitHub. And let's head over to pull request here. Application generates the pull request of our code. Click on it. And you can see that all the description is generated by application bot. And if you head over to here, files changed, you can see all the files that has been generated by application. Now let's head back and let's merge our pull request to merge our code to the master branch. Confirm merge. And let's head over to code. And you can see that our application generated code is here for our backend. Now I'm going to click on this code and I'm going to clone this repo. You can just download this zip or you can use the git clone and this URL. I'm going to download the zip. It has been downloaded and now I'm going to extract it and open the code in a VS Code. Give me a minute. Okay, so I have opened the code in a VS Code and you can see that we have our server here and the admin UI. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to install all the dependencies that we need. So first let's open up a new terminal, and first what I'm going to do is I'm going to write npx create next app at latest to use the latest Next.js version, and I'm going to name it as client and hit enter. Let's set up our Next.js application first. Press Y to install Next.js. Yes, I'm going to use the Typescript. I'm going to use ESLint as well. I'm going to use Tailwind CSS. I'm going to use the source directory. I'm going to use the app router. And I don't want to customize the default import alias, so I'm going to press no. Wait for it to install all the dependencies, and while this is being done, I'm going to create a package.json file here and I'm going to paste in this code in here. So here we have the start scripts for our application, the dev dependencies, and the dependencies, the author of the repo, the license, the name of project. You can get this file from the description of the video. So we have certain scripts here. The first script here is to start the front end and the back end of our application, and these scripts are for starting the front end, admin and backend standalone. So yeah, that's it. Now let's wait for this Next.js to install all the dependencies. Okay, so our Next.js project setup was completed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write yarn here to install all the dependencies for the backend as well. Let's wait for it to complete. Okay, so our dependencies were installed successfully, and now I'm going to head over to our server by cd server, and I'm just going to open it first, and I'm going to open up the .env file here, and I'm going to change the database URL here. So we are using the Postgres here, and the database URL for me is different. So this is the database user and the password. So my database username is Postgres and the password is admin. So make sure that you change the username and password according to your database settings. This is something that you have set up when you have installed the database. So let's save it and let's head over to terminal, and I'm going to write npx prisma generate to generate the Prisma client. And now our Prisma client was generated, and now I'm going to write npx prisma db push, and our database is in sync with our Prisma schema. And now I'm going to write npx prisma studio to open up the Prisma studio, and our Prisma models are here. Yeah, we have all the fields. Now let's close this, and I'm going to close this as well. Head over to our root, and I'm going to start our application by yarn start. Let's wait for it. It will start the front end and the back end. So everything has started. Now what I'm going to do is let's open up this, and I'm going to open localhost colon 5000 to see our Next.js application. And yeah, we have our Next.js application up and ready. So now let's head over to localhost 3000/API, and if you are seeing the screen, that means your backend is ready with application. So application has generated all the API routes that are possible, the authorization, authentication as well. We have this auth APIs, the users API, the products API, the categories API, the reviews API, and the orders API. So there are all the possible combinations here for the CRUD operations. And the cool thing is you can just interact with the APIs by here. So you can try it out from here. You just have to pass in the example values like this here, and we are going to use this application UI throughout the project. So we don't have to write the boilerplate code for our backend. It is all handled by application. And if you load application, you can just head over to the GitHub repo and start the repository. You can also contribute to application because it is open source backend development platform. You can just head over to their issues and contribute to any of their issues. Also, if you need any support, you can just join to their Discord channel and create a new post from here. So application also runs giveaways every month. You can just join their Discord channel and you can also participate in their giveaways. So now, without wasting any more time, let's continue with the video. Okay, so now let's get started with the Amazon clone part 3, and I am inside my VS Code, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to restart my application so you can start it again. We are at the root and we are going to start it by npm start. So we have commands written here, which is for start we want to run front end and back end, so that runs this command and this command. So our application has been started, and we also want to run Prisma by npx Prisma Studio, and make sure that you head over to cd server, and I'm going to load my application, and you can see that our application's here, and we have the navbar, the footer, and yeah, let's get started to have the navbar here. So first what we are going to do is whenever we have the user info, not the user info, first we are going to have the category here. So when we select over here, we want all the categories from the admin dashboard here, not the admin dashboard, from our Prisma database. So category will be having this 8 categories, so we need to list down on a pop over here. So for that, let's head over to navbar.tsx, which is inside client source components, client navbar.tsx. And in here, what we are going to do is we are going to have a use effect hook here, and inside of use effect hook, I'm going to get the data, call the API. So this only has to run once, so we are not going to pass any dependencies. And let's head over to lib and category.ts. In here we are going to call this get all categories. So we have already set up our API using application and the API categories, so we just have to use it. So get data, make sure that get data is an async function. So inside the get data, what we are going to do is we are going to have a response equals to await get all categories. We are going to call all the categories function and get the categories, and from this we are going to have a computed response. Not computed response, we are going to have computed category. Computed category is an empty array, and we are going to have response dot for each, and we'll get the category, and we only need that categories which has the which has some products inside of it. So we only need to show that category which has the category dot underscore count dot products greater than 0. Then we are going to have computed category dot push and push this category inside of our computed categories, and we are going to manage a local state for this. So use state snippet, and this is going to be categories, set categories, and initially this is going to be an empty array. Make sure that you import use state, and after this is done, I'm going to write set categories as computed category, and we need to fix the TypeScript errors. We'll do that, but before that, let's have the popover for the categories. So after this link, I'm going to have a popover component from Next.UI. Popover, make sure that it is imported. Popover, this thing right here, and inside of the popover, I'm going to have placement, not placeholder. This is going to be placement prop, which is going to be bottom. Then show arrow is going to be true. Then backdrop is going to be blur, and for managing of this popover for opening and closing, we are going to have a state. So for that, we are going to have a categories popover state. So let's define that as well. We use state snippet categories popover. Initially this is going to be false, and this is not blue, this is blur, my bad. And what should we pass here? The props should be on open change, on open change. Yeah, on open change we'll get the open value, and we'll have set categories pop over to this value. Save this, and for managing its value, we are going to have is open prop, and we'll pass in the categories pop over here. And inside of this, we are going to have a popover trigger, and the trigger should be this div right here, this entire div. Just give me a second. Yeah, this entire div should be the trigger. So when we click over this select category, we want to open the popover, and the content of the popover would be this. So popover content, make sure that you import popover trigger, popover content from Next.UI. Let me show you the documentation of Next.UI for this. So if you want to check anything else for yourself, you can do that. Next.UI popover. So we are using this popover from Next.UI. So you can see that we have the popover, popover trigger, and popover content. You can see the code from here, and there are many props that you can use from here. So this is great. Now let's use this popover content, and inside of popover content, I'm going to have a div with the class name of px1, py of 2, and inside of that I'm going to have another div with class name of width full, and max width would be 660 pixels, or you can set it greater or lower as per your screen sizes. And inside of this, I'm going to have a list box component, which is again from Next.UI. So list box is nothing, it's a great component to just show a list of items. So this is the list of items, so we are going to use this kind of component. So let's list box, and this is going to have an area label of actions, or we can just write categories. After that, on action, and we'll get the key from here, and we'll set categories popover to false. When we select any item from the list, we will close the popover, and what we want to do is we will have router.push. So we need the router instance. So before this, const router is equals to use router next navigation, and let's use that here, router.push. And when we click over this, we want to head over to the search page, and we'll have a param here of categories, not categories, we are going to have category, and we are going to pass in the key. And now inside the list box, we'll also give this a class name of grid calls of 3, and now inside of this list box I'm going to have categories dot map. We are going to map the categories here, get the category from this, and we'll return list box item component, and this is going to have a key of category dot id, and value would be category dot name. Save this and let's check it. Let's select on this, and you can see that we have the categories here: electronics, jewelry, laptops and smartphones. If we head over to our Prisma Studio, refresh this, and you will see that we have many categories here, but only these categories, the laptops, the jewelry, the electronics and smartphones, have the products. The else doesn't have any products, so those are not displayed. And when we click over this, we should be navigated to the search page with the category ID. Okay, so this is working. As of now, we don't have the search page, we have to create that. So it's showing that a page cannot be found, and our ID is being passed, so that's working. So yeah, so the navbar thing is working for here. And now after this, what we want to do is we also want to maintain this search term from here. So when we search anything here, we want to search it, and when we click on this button, we should be headed over to the search page. And then there's this thing also, so let's complete that quickly. So after this, pop over, inside this input we are going to have a value, and value is going to be search term, and we need an on change event. We'll get the event and get the event, and we'll have set search term as e.target.value. We need to create this search term state. So use state snippet search term, set search term. Initially this is going to be an empty string, and on click of this button we want to handle the search. So handle search, and let's create the function above here, const handle search, and handle search would just router.push search, and this time we are going to have a query parameter here, query, and we'll have the search term here. Now let's search for mobile, and let's click on this button, so we'll be navigated to search page with a query of mobile. Yeah, that's working. Now after that, what should we do next is we'll have the login, we'll have the login popover. So when we click on this, if the user is logged in, we want to show the popover of the logout and the my orders. Yeah, so we need to show the logout and my orders. So what we are going to do first is, let's get the user info from use app store. So const equals to use app store, and let's get user info, and what we are going to do here is this div. We are going to check if there is user info. Sorry, if there is not user info, then we want to show the login div. So let's return a div, or else we want to return this. And now inside of this div, I'm going to have another span, and this will have a login, and let's give this a class name of flex call, gap of 0, justify around, and a cursor of pointer, and this span is going to have font semi bold, and on click of this we will redirect the page to the login so the user can log in, and that's it. And we'll do that afterwards. Let's reload this, and you can see that we don't have the user as of now, so it's showing the login. Let's click on this login. Let's use demo. Not sure if I can use the demo account. Yeah, we're able to use the demo account. Do we have the demo user? Just let me check. Yeah, we do have the demo user. We only have the demo users. One is admin and the one is the user. Works. Okay, we need to create another user for here. We'll do that afterwards. Now, what should we do next is we'll wrap this in a popover trigger, just like we did with the categories. So popover trigger. When we click over this, this is the popover trigger, and first we'll need to wrap this entire component inside popover. So this entire thing is going to be popover, and this is going to be the popover trigger, and we'll need to create a state for this as well. So this is going to be use state snippet, and let's name this as details popover. This is going to be false initially, and popover placement, not placeholder, placement is going to be bottom. Show arrow is going to be true. Is open is going to have the details popover, so that manages the state. And on open change, get the open set details popover as open, and let's give this a black drop as blur as well, not blue blur. And now goes the popover content inside of this popover content, and inside the popover content we are going to have a div of px1 py2, and let's do one thing. I'm going to copy the above thing that we wrote. because we'll be needing the list box. Pasting that here. After this, let's enter div as well. So we copied this thing right here, this div and this. So let's change this to 260 pixels, and this is actions, and we don't need this. We just have router.push and key. Let's have set details pop over as false, and key would be string. And instead of this mapping, we are going to have list box item. We are going to have my orders here, and we are going to have a logout. Logout. So first let's give this a key of /my dash orders, and this is going to have a key as well. So key of logout. So when we click over this, we want to navigate to logout, and let's give this a class name of text danger, and not 50, just text danger. And let's give this a color of danger as well. And now let's test it out. Let's refresh this. And I think we are not saving our user info inside our state. So let's check if we did write the logic of login. Yeah, we have written it. Set user info and router.push slash. Let's head over to our navbar and let's console the user info. CLG user info, reload. Yeah, so user info is not there. I think I know why this is happening. So whenever we refresh our page, the state is being reset. So what we have to do is, whenever we refresh or the page is loaded, we have to get our user info. So for that, we have to head over to our layouts.tsx file, this file right here. And in here, what we are going to do is, we are going to have another use effect here. Use effect, and this use effect would be loaded as soon as we have our user info. So user info is not here, so we need to get the user info. User info, and let's grab the set user info as well, so we'll be able to set the user info. So as soon as we have the user info, the set user info and the set toast function will also be using the set toast. So let's have const get user info function, which is going to be an async function. And if we don't have user info, then we are going to get the user info by calling our function, and what am I doing wrong here? Okay, so I've used multiple arrows and brackets. Okay, async function, and inside of async function we are going to have const response equals to await may. May has already been defined. Make sure that you import it, and if there is a response and it's an instance of Axios error, and response dot response dot data dot status code triple equals to 500, then we are going to have set toast as JWT token expired, please log in again, and we'll have local storage dot remove item, and we'll remove the access token from local storage as well, so we don't have any issues with that. And we'll have set user info as undefined. I think we don't have to do this, but in certain scenarios, if there is a race condition, then the user info would be set, and we don't want to do that. So for fixing that, we are going to set the user info undefined here as well. And after this, if there is response dot id, then we are going to have set user info and response, and we are going to have set is loaded. So what is set is loaded? Okay, so we are going to maintain a state set is loaded, which will check if the initial API is called or not. So is loaded, set is loaded, and this is going to be false. And after this is done, we are going to have set is loaded as true, not here. Just let me check my code. Okay, so I'm going to remove that from here, and we are going to have this after this response set loaded as true, and I think that's it. Set loaded as true, and whatever may be the outcome of this, we just want to set loaded as true. But there might be a condition where if there is already the user info, then set is loaded is going to be false. So this might not work in that scenario. Let's comment this out for now, and let's reload our page. Do we have any change? No, we don't. It's not working. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to have this after is loaded is completed. So we'll check if is loaded. If it is loaded, then we want to show our components, or else we'll return null. So all of this path name dot includes thing goes inside of this. Like this, and fail to compile. Let's reload it. Okay, we are still getting the user info as undefined. Let's check the network. Are we calling the me API? Now we are calling the me API. But the me API is not returning anything. Why is that? Console.log response. Reload the page. This is the response.data. We are getting our user info, but we are not able to save it. Set user info response. Does this have an ID? So we have the ID. Let's write a console log here. Console log inside if set user info response. Reload. We are not getting inside the if. So response. Okay, so this is response.data. So response.data.id, and let's refresh the page. This might work now. Okay, we are getting the things right here. So that's working. Now I think we can remove this console from here, this console from here as well. And what should we do next is, let's head over to Navbar.tsx. Refresh this, and I think our work here is done. My orders and logout. This should be this should not be in a grid format. This should be in a flex format. So let's give this a grid calls of 1, or let's give this a flex and flex call and gap of 1. Perfect. This is looking perfect. And when we click on logout and my orders, it should be navigated. Let's click on my logout, and we are inside the logout page. And because we have not defined it, it's not working. And when you click on my orders, it should be redirected to my orders page. So that's working. And now we'll just have to do the cart functionality. So what the cart functionality is, we just want a number of values that are inside our cart. So for that, what we are going to do is, first, one more thing, when we click over this, we should be navigated to our cart page. So we'll have that here as well. So on click, router.push /cart, and in here, instead of this, we are going to have a cart products.length. So for that, we need to head over to store slices, and we need to create a cart slice. Cart slice is a very simple thing. New file cart slice.ts and export interface cart slice and cart products, which is going to be an ID of string, quantity of number, and price of number. This is going to be a type of array, and we'll have export const create cart slice, and the type would be state creator, and we'll pass in cart slice here. We'll get the set init function, and we are going to have cart products as an empty array for now. Next, what we are going to do is we will have to import that inside of this. So import from /slices cart slice, and from this we need the cart slice and the create cart slice. So let's have the type here, so cart slice type, and we are going to grab this and have it here. Save it, and inside of our navbar.tsx we are going to get the cart products from here and remove this console, and here we are going to have cart products dot length, and you can see that we have 0 here because we don't have any products in our cart, and when we click on this we'll be head over to the cart page. So that's working as well. So our navbar is completely functional now. All of the things that we had to do on our navbar is complete. Now what should we do next is we are going to have the home page here. So the home page would have the products and everything. So the designs and everything should be here. So let's complete the home page. It's just simple stuff, nothing complex logic. Okay, so now let's head over to our page.tsx, which is the index page, I suppose. Yeah, this page right here. And inside of this, what we are going to do is first we are going to have a use state snippet for products, set products, and initially this is going to be an empty array, use state snippet, and use effect hook to get the products, and this is going to be an empty dependency array. Let's write const fetch products equals to async, and fetch products, and what we are going to do is const response equals to await get all products. This is already defined, and if there is response then we are going to set the products as response. That's it. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write an helper function of const get products, and we'll have range from, which is going to be number, and range to, which is again going to be a number, and this will have products clone equals to destructure the products. I'm going to explain this code in a minute, nothing complex, and we'll just return products clone dot splice range from range to. So this helper function is just to get the products from the array. If we have 10 products and if we need the product from 0 to 5, then we'll pass in the range of 0 to 5 and we'll get the 5 products from here. Just a simple concept. You can also use the this thing from right here and use that whenever we are going to use that in a product grid, but I have created this helper function, so it looks nice. That's it. Now after this, inside of this div, we are going to have a class name of flex, gap of 10, flex of call, margin bottom of 10, and as soon as we have some products, then we want to show these components. So first we'll have a home carousel. So for home carousel we will have to do that. So inside source components, where is the components here? Components client, and inside client we are going to have a home cards new folder, home cards, and inside home cards we are going to have home cards.tsx. Write RFCE here, and let's replace this with capital home cards, and this div, let's remove this. And before doing anything here, let's head over to our page.tsx, and I'm going to import the home cards here. So let us reload this, and we'll be having the home cards here. Okay, use state. So for use state we need to convert this to a client component. By default this is a server component, so use client directory at the top, reload the page. Should work now. Yeah, we have the home cards here. So let's quickly have the home cards. So this has a class name, and inside of this I'm going to give this a height of 20 viewport height, background orange of 500, flex item center, and justify between, also padding x of 40, and what else, let's give this a text of white as well, text white. And now inside of this div what we are going to do is we'll have a text 4xl class and capitalize, and this will have gift cards inside of this. After this we'll have another div. Inside of this we'll have div with text 3xl, and this is let them choose the perfect gifts. And after this div we'll have another div with the class name of flex, item center, gap of 2, cursor pointer, and inside of this we'll have span of shop now, and we will use fa caret, right? Make sure that it is imported from React icons fa. Save this and let's head over to here. Okay, let them choose the perfect gift cards. This is correct. Now after this div right here, we'll link this div as well, and we'll have another div with relative and another div with a class name of absolute. We'll give this a height of 32, width of 28, background white, top of 3, right of 5, and a z index of 10. And after this we are going to have an image, and image would have source as /home/ gift card.png, Alternative text would be gift card, and height is going to be 300 and width is 300 as well. And I think we need to import this image from next image. Yeah, it had to be imported, and let's give this a class name as well, relative, and z of 20. Save this and let's see. Refresh the page. Let them choose the perfect gift. Shop now. Gift cards. This should be above here, or this should be in the same line. I think I made some mistake. Flex item center, justify between, padding X of 40, gift cards. Okay, so I thought that there was an error, but there's no error here. So this is done. Home cards are done. Then let's have home carousels. So new folder, home carousels, and let's have home carousels.tsx rfce. This is H capital and this is CA, like this, and let's import that inside our page.tsx. So this home carousels comes at the top, home carousels, and let's head over to home carousels. It's a very small component, I guess. Yeah, remove this, and this is going to be a class name of h50 viewport height, background red of 100, and inside of this we'll have relative, height full, width full, and background cover. Inside of this goes our next image component. Make sure that you import that, and source would be /home/home.jpg, and fill attribute and alternative text would be home. Save it, and that should be it. We have our home carousel here. It's not a carousel, it's just an image, so I just named that component a carousel. So after that, what's next is we'll need a product grid, so that would have the products. So let's create the products grid components. So new folder, products grid, and products grid.tsx rfce, products grid, and what should we do here is first of all, I'm going to have a function that will get a random date from the next 7 date. So this function is actually generated from ChatGPT, so there's nothing complex here. We have this function, we'll getting the current date, and we are getting next 7 days date. So we are just setting the date to +7, so next 7 days is the next 7 days date. Then we are getting a random date from next 7 days. So that's it, and we are converting that to the local string and returning the formatted date. So we are going to use that in our component. So just a simple thing, you don't need to understand this concepts. You can just generate this from ChatGPT. Just write any prompt that you want a random date from today to 7 days, and it will generate this function for you. Now class name and mx20 flex call gap of 6, and inside of this I'm going to have flex justify between font semi bold, and inside of this goes title. So for this title and everything, we'll get this from the props. So we'll get the title and the products. So let's have title as string and products as product type. Make sure that you import product type from this admin stuff. It works. Actually, we should do something more generic, that we should define a types file and grab everything from that. We'll be doing that afterwards. Let's focus on the task at hand. And this is not a div, this is going to be an h4, and another h4 is going to say view all. This is going to be just a text, and a class name is going to be there with text Amazon primary, and after this div right here we'll have another div with grid calls of 5, gap of 5, and inside of this we are going to just map the products. So products dot map will get the product from it, and we are going to return a div, and let's pass in the key as product dot id. And now inside of this, let's give this a class name first, and I need to show you this. So we haven't called that here, so let's head over to page.tsx, and after this home carousel I'm going to call that products grid, and let's pass in a title and products. So it should be the title. The title would be related to items you have viewed, and for the products we are going to use our get products function and pass in the product 0 to 5. That's it. Let's head out. Here we have this related to items you have viewed and the view all. Let's give this a cursor pointer so it looks more like a button. The view all cursor pointer. Perfect. Now we will have to map the products and its info here. So let's get going. We have this here, and let's give this a class name, flex call, justify center, item center, cursor pointer, and inside of this we'll have flex call, items of start, I think, yeah. And we'll have flex again, justify center, margin bottom of 2, relative, height of 40, width of 64, and inside of this goes our next image component. Make sure that you import next image from next image, and source is going to be the first product image. So product dot images of 0 element. Let's give felt, and alternative text would be product. Save this and let's check if we do have the images of the product. Yeah, we do have the images. Now let's do one more thing. We'll need router here. So const router is equals to use router, and make sure that router is imported from next navigation, not router. And we'll have on click here on this div with the key product dot not product. We'll have router dot push. When we click on this product, we want to show the details of the product, so we should navigate it to the product page. So product dot id, we still have to create that page. After this div, we'll have an h3 with product dot title. After h3, we'll have another with flex, item center, and a gap of 2, and we'll have a ratings component here. Ratings, we have to create this component. Okay, so for now the ratings, what I'm going to do, instead of this comment, let's remove this comment, and I'm going to have a star component here. So for that, inside of this, I'm going to have a class name of flex, and gap of 1 and item center. Inside of that, I'm going to have a span with a class name of font medium, and inside of that I'm going to have text yellow 400 and a flex, and inside of this I'm going to have 1 2 3 4 and 5 an array, and I'm going to map this array dot map, get the num, and we are going to return fa star component, and I'm going to pass in key of num here so that it doesn't throw an error. Let's save this, control save, and let's head over to our browser. Let's refresh this. And we have an error. What's the error? Inspect, console, Axios error. We have an Axios error of internal server error. Oh, I think our JWT has expired because I'm recording after 2 days. I need to remove it from application, local storage, and let's remove the access token, and let's refresh the page. We might need to log in again, and let's log in. What was the user? It's demo. First name is demo. What was the username? demo@gmail.com. demo@gmail.com. Password is going to be admin. Login. And okay, we have the rating star here. Okay, so that's complete, and now let's proceed further. Inside our product grid, and after this div right here, we are going to have another div of font hyphen medium, and inside of this I'm going to have a span which will have dollar, and inside of that span I'm going to have product dot discount price. Let's save this, and yeah, we have the price. Let's item center and products discount price, and after this div we are going to have another div with class name as text small, and inside of this I'm going to have get it by, and we are going to have a function which is get a random date in next 7 days. So this is just going to be a function that is copied using ChatGPT. Okay, I have written that function, so we just have to use it. Get random date in next 7 days. So for delivery we are just having some random date, so it just looks like that this is honest. And after this div right here we'll have another div with class name as text green 500, and with this we are going to give this a font of semi bold, and this will stay in stock. And now I think all of this needs a flex call right here. Flex call, let's give it flex call, and styling is not proper. Why is that? Can't resolve ratings. Okay, I just copied the code of refresh this, and I think we don't need to give a flex call there, but still this is not looking perfect. I need to see why, and just give me a minute. I think we don't need this div right here, or else we just have to close that div right here and remove a div from here, save it, and yeah, now it is perfect. And with this our product grid is complete, and now when we click on this we are being redirected to the product page. So yeah, that's also good. We have our this section, these 3 section is complete. Now what was next? Let's head over to page.tsx, and we have home credentials, product grid, and then we have home cards, then home credentials, product grid. Okay, now we need the Apple cards, so let's do that. So Apple cards is going to be Apple-cards, components, home cards, home crashes, and Apple cards. And inside of Apple cards, let's have a page.tsx. And inside the page.tsx, no, this is not going to be a page.tsx. This is going to be apple-cards.tsx. And let's write rfce apple cards, not hyphen, apple cards, just apple cards. And now let's have a div of grid. Let's give a gap of 10, max of 20, and a justify of center. After this, we are going to have style as grid. Okay, we need to pass another object, and this is going to be grid template columns, and the columns would be 50% and 40%. So this is going to be a string 50% and 40%, and we need one more bracket here. Let's save this, control save, and now inside of this div we are going to have bg Amazon background, and let's give this a rounded px of 20 and a py of 10 and a relative. Let's save this, and let's also import this here. So after products grid, we'll have Apple cards. We don't have to provide any prop, and let's save this, and let's head over to our UI. We have this right here. Now let's head over to Apple cards, and let's also give an overflow hidden. And inside of this, what we will be doing is we'll have another class with width of 70%, and this would not work because width of 70%. And what else should we give here? We should also give a flex, a gap of 4, and a flex of call, and inside of that we'll have another flex of call, item center, and inside of that we'll have another flex, gap of 1, item center, and a text of 4xl. And inside of this we are going to have fa apple, this icon, and we'll also give this a class name of not class name of text 4xl, and we'll have a span which will say watch, and after this div we'll have another div which will say series 9. Let's save this and see the UI. Okay, we have that here. Now after this div and this div, we are going to have another div which is text 5xl, not this, text 5xl, and inside of that we'll have flex call, and gap of 2. Inside of that we'll have h3, heavy on features, not gestures, features. Save this, and heavy on features. What should be next is h3 again with light on prices, and after this div what we are going to do is we'll have another div of text 4xl, so text and 4xl. After that, inside of this div we are going to have from $4.99, and after this we will have flex gap of 4, and inside of this I'm going to have a button with the class name of font semi bold and background Amazon primary, not primary, secondary. Let's give it a padding of 4, padding of x of 8, and rounded as well, rounded. And inside the button we'll have buy now. Let's save this and let's head over to UI. We have the buy now. Okay, great. Now next thing, after the button we will have another button which would have class name of flex gap of 2, gap 2, item center, text Amazon primary, and we will give it a font semi bold. What else should we give it? I think that's it. And inside of this we'll have a span which will say learn more, and inside of span we will have fa caret right this icon right here. Make sure that you import it from fa package, and let's save this, and we have the learn more. And after this div right here, we'll end this div also, and we'll have another div which will say absolute. After absolute we are also going to give this a right of -16%, and a top of 0. Also after this, inside the image, inside there is going to be an image, and the image is going to be having a source, and source would be /home watch.png, and inside of this I'm going to give it a height of 350 and a width of 400, and alternative text would be Apple Watch. Save it, and after this two divs, let's head over to our UI, and we have this here. I think we need to have a padding here, so this should be on, not sticking here, so let's give this, I think this is the div, and let's give a padding of left of 5. Still not working. Padding left of 5. Okay, I need to give this to this div. Yeah, let's give this to all the divs. Padding left of 5, padding left of 5. And yeah, this is looking good now. Now let's move on to the other part. So after this image and after this two divs, we are going to have another div with background Amazon background, and let's give this a rounded, and a padding x of 20 and a padding y of 10, flex call, and a gap of 5, and inside of that I'm going to have flex, not this, flex, and with this flex we are going to give it a gap of 4, flex of call, and items of center, and inside of this I'm going to give this a flex. Okay, I forgot to have dot flex. With this flex we'll give it a flex of call, item center, and inside of this I'm going to have what I'm going to have, yeah, a flex inside of flex with gap 1, item center, text of 4 excel, and again I will have FA apple here with class name as text 4 excel, and inside of this I'm going to have span again. Span is going to be home pod, and let's see this, and yeah, the text is here and we have this div here. After this div and this div, we are going to have text of 3xl with a flex and a flex of call, gap of 2, item center and justify center, and text of center, I guess, text center, and we'll have an h3 which will say experience music like never before. And after this h3 we are going to end our div. Okay, we had to write that h3 inside of this, and let's end this div. Let's have another div with text of excel class name, and we will write from $150, and after this div we are going to have another div with relative and a width of 600 pixels, and let's give a height of 36 of Tailwind class, and let's have our image. Source is going to be /home/homepod.png, and we'll give this a fill attribute, and alternative text is going to be Apple HomePod. Let's check it here, refresh the page. No, HomePod is here, but it's okay. It's because the class name is relative, and yeah, it's here and looking good. Also, experience spelling had a space. Now, after this div right here, we're going to have another div with class name as flex and gap of 4. Inside of that, I'm going to have a button which will have span of learn more, and a FA caret right, and I can copy the class name from this, copy, and where is the button? Yeah, let's see. Let's paste it here and let's check it out. Not looking good. Okay, the caret should be inside of the button. Perfect. So this Apple section is also styled. Now let's proceed further. Okay, so after this Apple cards, we are going to copy this product grid and paste it again, and this is going to be inspired by shopping trends text, inspired by shopping trends, and let's save this and let's head over to our UI, and we have the products here. Products are same. Let me check if we have more products, then I will change that. Yeah, we do have products, so we can change it. Let's change this to 5 and we will have some different products here. Yeah, the products are different, looking good. And after this we'll have this home card, and after the home cards we are going to have title as your browsing history, your browsing history, and the products can be 10 to 5. Reload. Looking good. So yeah, our home page is complete, and now when we click on any of the product, we should be navigated to that product page. So what should we do now? We should do the product page now. So let's do that. No, we should first do the search page. So the search filters and the products of searched products. So we should do that, and afterwards then we'll do the product page. So let's do the search page first. So I'm inside my VS Code again, and let's open the File Explorer. The shortcut for File Explorer is Ctrl B, and let's close all of the open editors, and let's collapse this also. And inside the client, inside the source, inside the app, we have to create a new file, I think. App admin layouts login sign up. Yeah, we need to create a folder for search, and inside the search I'm going to have a page.tsx and rfce. This is going to be the search component, and let's head over to our UI. Let's select the category electronics, and we are inside the search page. We have the category prop, and let's write our logic first here to get the search param. So for search param, we are going to have search params and use search params hook from next navigation. And let's grab the search term first, search params dot get, and this is going to be query and const category equals to search params dot get, and this is going to be category, and this is going to be use state snippet for getting the products from the database. So products, set products, and initially this is going to be an empty string, and let's give this a product type, product type, and we need to define this product type, and where should we define it? Let's head over to types. Have we defined a types.ts? It's inside the server, so let's create a types.ts in utils. So utils, have we created a utils folder in there? No, so let's create a new folder, utils. Inside of utils, I'm going to write types.ts, and let's have the types here. I'm just going to paste it. So we have this product type which has category, orders, and all this stuff, and we have also copied the category, which is just an ID of string, and order of ID of string. Save it, and let's import it from here, product type, save it, and also import useStateHook, save it, and now we have everything. Now let's write a use effect. This use effect hook should be run as soon as we have a change in the search term or category. So search term or category, and now what I'm going to do is we'll write an asynchronous function of get products equals to await, and if we have search term, why it's not working, await get products equal, okay, this is not await, this is async, my bad, async, and if we have search term or we have category, then we will to get the products. So inside the get products function, what we are going to do is const response equals to await get search results, and we'll have search term as string, and if we have category, then we'll pass the category or we'll pass an empty string, and after that whatever may be the response of that will set it. So set products is going to be response or an empty array, and the response type would be product type and type of array. Now we have to define this function get search results, so that should be inside the search.ts. Have we created a search.ts yet? Not yet. So let's head over to our lib and let's create search.ts here, and inside of the search.ts I'm going to create export const get search results, and this is going to be an async function. We'll get the search term here, which is going to be a string, type of string, and we'll also get the category, which is also going to be a string, just the IDs from the URL. And let's wrap this inside a try catch block, and let's console out the error, not error, and inside of this we'll first have a query. We are just going to define this, we're just going to initialize it, not have any value. So if we have search term and search term dot length is greater than 0, then our query would be qs dot stringify. So we need to import the qs package from qs. So import qs from qs, and do we have any issues here? qs, have we used qs anywhere else? I think we need to install the query string package. Yeah, we need to install the query string package. So let's cd to public, oh, that's client, and I'm going to have yarn add qs. We need the query string package because application supports the query string because it's a Prisma database, so we are just going to have it like a query string. Okay, so while this is being installed, let's write qs.stringify, and we'll pass a where clause here, and title should be contains search term, and this is our question. Now after this if condition, we'll have else if we have category and category dot length is greater than 0, not bracket, greater than 0, and then we'll have query qs dot stringify where condition and category id is same as category. Then we'll have this, and after this we'll have const response equals to await get should be imported from our API client, and we'll have create URL from our API client as well, and let's have API/products $query, and if response.data is there, then let's return. Okay, the node is incompatible with this module. Expected version got 18.3.0. Engine npm yesterday. Okay, I think I should use npm iqs. So this is going to be, yeah, that worked in few minutes. Npm start, fingers crossed. Let's import qs again. qs. Import qs from qs, could not find a declaration. Okay, we also need to install the types for this. Let's install it. Cd client and npm install add types of qs. Hope this fixes the things. Yeah, that fixed it. The error is gone. So our package is installed. Let's start the server, close the server, and if response.data is there, then we want to return response.data, else no else is needed. I think that's it. Yeah, this is complete. Now let's use that here. Get search results. Make sure that you import it from web API search, and that's pretty much it. I think we can now console the response as well, and we also need a use client directive here at the top. Use client, save this, reload the page. Let's open up the inspect console. We had an object here. Okay, according to the category we are getting the products. So our API is working perfectly. Yeah, so this is complete, and what next is we'll have the filters section now. So let's do the filters and the products. Okay, so now let's create a components folder first inside of the search folder. So this is going to be components, and inside the components we are going to have filters folder, and inside of filters we are going to have filters.tsx and an index.ts file. Filters.ts and index.ts. Let's create the filters component rfce, and this should be capital filters, and let's import the filters and export the filters, and let's do the same for a product component. So product, and let's have a product.tsx and index.ts. Inside the products.tsx rfce product and product export. Good. Now let's head over to page.tsx and Let's have some basic styles here. So let's give this a class name of grid, margin top of 5, and let's give this a style, and this is going to be grid template columns, and the grid template columns is going to be 15% and 18%, 50, not 18%, 15% and 85%. So the filters section is going to have a width of 15% of the page, and the product section is going to have the 85% of the page. That's it. And now inside of this we'll first have our filters component, and then we'll have a div, again a div which will have h3 with a class name of margin bottom of 3, and inside of that I'm going to have a strong, and this will say results, and the strong is going to have a class name of font semi bold. Save this and let's head over to here. Perfect. Now after this div right here, I'm going to have another div with a class name of grid calls of 1 and gap of 10, padding bottom of gap of 10, padding bottom of 10. Inside of this div we are going to map our products. So products dot map will get the product from it, and not curly bracket, we'll just return the product from here, product, and the product should be imported from component / product, and let's pass a key as product dot id, and product details prop would have product, and let's have this product details prop inside our product right here, product details. Save this, head over to our browser, let's refresh it, and we don't have the products here. What is that? We'll deal with that afterwards. I think I haven't saved the page yet. Save it, and yeah, we have the product text here. So we have 2 products with this category, so we are getting that. Let's select electronics, jewelry, laptops, and yeah, we have multiple products for laptops, so they are here. Now let's do the filter styling, and have filters here, filters, and I have an array of filter data that I'm going to copy this filter data with brands as the key and Apple, Samsung and Xiaomi as the values. Pretty basic stuff. And inside of this I'm going to give a class name with a padding x of small, text of small, then text Amazon dark, and flex of call, and a gap of 5. Inside of this I think I need to have it like this so you can see what we are doing. Div, and inside of this div we are going to have h4 with a class name of font semi bold, and inside of this we'll have item condition. Save it, and we have the item condition. Now after this we'll have a ul with we'll have li, and we'll have new, and li again, which will have renewed, and we'll give this a class name of link hover. Copy this, paste, and we have the link hover class names as well. Now after this ul, let's end this div, and let's have another div. What should we do here? Okay, so inside of this new div will have h4 first. Let's give this a class name of font semi-bold and customer review, save it, and let's have an array and curly bracket 4 3 2 1 and dot map review index, and we are going to return this div, return div. Let's give this div a key of review index and class name of flex, item center, gap of 1, cursor pointer, and when we hover over this, we want text as Amazon primary, and that's it. Save it, and inside of this div, what should we do is we'll have another div with flex and cursor pointer, and inside of this div we are going to have array dot from, and we'll have array, we'll give the review index of here, and we are going to map over this. We'll have s, and we are going to return fa star component, and we'll give this a class name of text Amazon primary, and key is going to be key. Say this not ts. Okay, so what we did is we just wanted this kind of pattern, so we had 4 3 2 1. So for the first one we are going to have a review of rating of 4 3 2 1, this kind of thing we wanted. So for that we created array.form and array from this, so and mapped over the value. So what this function will do is when we give any of the length, so for first time it will be 4, so when we pass array of 4 then it will create 1 2 3 4 and we get the array. So we created array from that as well, so that would be 1 2 3 4 and we mapped over it and we had 4 stars. Then after that the value was reduced and we had 3 stars, then 2 stars and 1 star. So what we are going to do is now I'm going to copy this, paste it down here, and this time we are going to minus 5 from this, and this is going to be, the color would be text gray 300, and let's save this. And you can see that we have this amazing pattern here. So first we'll have reviews with 4 star, 3 star, 2 star and 1 star. So that is kind of a filter that we did. So what we did here is, the logic is we had 5 minus the review index, so 5 minus 4 is going to be 1, so we only need one element and create a array of length 1 and map the star. Then if we have 3, so 5 minus 3, that is going to be 2, so we have 2 stars here of this color, then we have 3 stars, and then we have 5 stars. So that's the logic, very simple. And now after this div right here, we are going to have a span and we'll write end up, save, and yeah, so the filter is 4-star and up, 3-star and up, 2-star and up, 1-star and up. So that is kind of filter that we created. Now after this div right here, we'll have another div with h4 dot font semi-bold, and brand as text, and let's have ul. Inside of ul we'll have filtered data dot brands dot map. We'll have brand, and we will go to use the li. Key is going to be the brand, and class name is link over, and let's provide the brand inside of this. Apple, Samsung, Xiaomi works. So this is also good. Now after this we will have the pricing. So after this ul and this div we'll have another div, again h4. So let's copy this time this, and this is going to be price, and the price would have ul and li dot link over, and we need 4 of these. So now we'll have under $10 tab, we'll have $10, $50 tab, and $50, $100 tab, and $100 to $500. Save this, and yeah, we have it here, and let's test the hover. Yeah, it's working as well. Now after this ul we are going to have div with margin of y of 2, flex, gap of 2. Oh, these are the class names, so this should go inside of this, and we'll have input type as text and placeholder as min, and class name would be width of 12, padding left of 2, border black, and rounded. Save it, and we have that. Padding left of 2 should have hyphen, and yeah, we have the min. Let's copy this, paste it, and this is going to be max. And after this I'm going to have a button which will say go, with a class name of background Amazon secondary, and padding x of 3, padding y of 1, rounded, text of white, and yeah, the button is perfect. Now after this div, what should we do next? Just let me check. Okay, so now after this div we are going to have another div with h4, and this time this is going to be sort by, And in here I'm going to use my list box component, and for my list box what we are going to do is we are going to use headless UI. So let's search for headless UI, and I want you to not this, let's headless UI, and we have this headless UI. So these are beautifully styled components by Tailwind, and this is an amazing library. I just wanted to show you, so I'm using this library. So this has this amazing menu of drop down, then we have this amazing list box, then we have this combo box which is uh, autocomplete, then we have this beautifully styled toggle, then disclosure, we have this amazing model, popover, radio buttons, this amazing tabs. So this is a very beautiful library, and from this we are going to use this list box, and the variant that we are going to use is the transitions. So click on transitions on this side, and I'm going to copy this entire component and paste at the bottom. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this people to sorting types, and we have 1 2 3 4 name, price low to high, price high to low, average customer review, newest arrival. That's it. And we also need to install headless UI. So for installation there should be some kind of document installation. Yeah, this installation we just have to install npm install headless UI react, and that's it. So let's install that. Let's cd client and install the package. The package was installed. Cannot find module. We just need to start our server. Okay, that's fixed. npm start, and instead of mapping people we are going to use sorting types, and the name is there. Just save this and let's head over to our application, refresh the page. Should be working, not sure if it would work or not. Let's test it out. Wait for the page to compile. Oh, base is not working. Okay, so instead of use state people of 0, we are going to have the sorting types of 0. Reload the page. Okay, this is good, and we need to provide some class name. So what we are going to do is not at the list box, but let's give a class name here, and this is going to be background gray of 200, padding of 2, rounded, and width of max. Save that, and we have the class here, and we'll also provide the class name to the list box options. So this list box options should also have the class name of this. Save this, and perfect. So yeah, our sorting is also done. So we are not going to have that on the products. So if you want that functionality, you can just write the logic for that. It's just if and else conditions. You can also use ChatGPT for this. and I think we are done. So our filters section is done. Now let's do the products and do the styling for that. Okay, so now let's close this and let's head over to product.tsx. Now we have the product details here, and product details type should be product details is going to be product type. So make sure that you import it from product type. And now what else is, let's grab the router from use router from next navigation, and let's create const handle click equals to router dot push, and when we click over the product we want to navigate to product page with product details dot id, and we'll also use the get random date in next 7 days. So let's head over to product grid, and we had written that function here. I'm going to copy this and we can paste it here. It's just the same. And what we are going to do is we are going to have use state snippet and delivery date, and the delivery date is going to be get random date in next 7 days. And we don't need the set function, we just need the delivery date. Now everything that is needed is here, and now let's proceed for our markup. So class name is going to have flex, gap of 4, cursor pointer, and item center, width of full, and inside of this we'll have another div with background of gray of 100, height of 72, width of 96, and flex item center, justify center, and rounded. Yeah, we have our boxes, and let's give the on click of handle click, that's it. And inside of this div we'll first have relative, height of 44, width of 64, and inside of this we'll have image. The source of the image would be product details dot images of 0, and we'll use the fill attribute, and alternative text is going to be product. Save it. I think we need to import image from next image, and that should work. Yeah, we have the images of the product. Now what next is, after this div and this div we are going to have another div with the class name of width full, and inside of that what we should have is, first we'll have an h3 with a class name of text Amazon dark, and when we hover over it we'll have text Amazon primary, and we need a transition for this, so we'll use transition all and duration of 300. Save it, and inside of this h3 we are going to have a strong with class name as font medium, and inside of this we are going to have product details dot title, Yeah, we do have that. And I think that we did a mistake. Just let me verify it. Okay, so the image only has the background of dark. Okay, perfect. Now after that, what should we do? Just let me check. We have our h3. After the h3, we should have the ratings. So let's copy the ratings from the products grid. We did wrote the ratings here. So I'm just going to copy this div, head over to our products.tsx, and after this h3, going to paste that, and let's import fa star. And after this div, I'm going to have another div with flex, and what should we have is item center, gap of 2, margin top of 2, and inside of that we'll have another div of text to excel, and font semi bold, and inside of that I will have product details dot discounted price, and after this div we'll have another div with class name as text gray 600 and font medium, and this is going to have list price, and then we'll have a span which will say class name as line through this thing, and we'll write dollar plus product details dot sale price. Save this, and we have this list price with a line through here. Let's write a space here. Okay, perfect. And what else is, after this div and this div we'll have another div with text small and margin bottom of 1. We'll have save extra with no cost EMI. Copy this, paste this, and we are going to write get it by delivery date. Get it by delivery date. Perfect. And after this we are going to have the colors. So for colors, what I'm going to do is, just give me a minute. Colors. So I'm just going to have UL with class name as flex and gap of 1, and inside of the UL I'm going to use colors dot map. So this is not colors, this is product details dot colors dot map. We'll get the color and return an li with key as color, and inside of this li we don't want to do anything. We'll use the class names to have the colors. So h5 with 5 rounded full, and what I'm going to do is where I'm going to use the style here and give the background color as the color, and that should work. Why it's not working, I'm not sure. Don't we have any colors? We have the li, background color. Let's search for any other category. Jewelry. These two don't have any colors. Laptops, electronics, smartphones. Yeah, we have the colors for smartphones, so that is working. And this is done. Now when we click on this, we should be navigated to the product. Yeah, so that's done. And now after this, we are going to have two buttons of buy now and add to cart. So let's do that. So after this UL, we should end this div, and we'll have another div with flex, gap of 2 and the width of full, and inside of this I'm going to have a button which will say add to cart, copy this button, another button which will say buy now, save it, and this should be down here. Let me see what I have written in this div, width of full. So inside of width of full, I'm going to have another div which is going to have on click of handle click, and going to wrap this div till the UI, and this div should go after this. So our buttons should be here. Yeah, the buttons are here, add to cart, buy now. And now let's give the styles to the button. So for the first button, just going to paste the styles. So we have background Amazon secondary, then hover background Amazon primary, transition all, duration 300, text white, rounded, flex, px of 3, py of 2, gap 10, font bold, width of 52, items of center, justify center, and margin y of 3. We'll have the on click listeners afterwards, and let's do the same for buy now. So buy now button, everything is going to be same, just the colors are different. Background Amazon blue and over background this. Everything else is going to be the same from this button, so make sure that you do that. And now add to cart, buy now. Our products are here, and yeah, when we click over this, we should be navigated to the product page. So our search is working perfectly. Now let's search for Apple and search. This should be capital, I think. Yeah. So we have multiple products from various categories, and this is working. So yeah, this is done. Now let's do the functionality of the product page. We'll not do this add to cart and buy now for now. We'll do that when we are doing the cart page. So for now, let's do the product page. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now let's do the products page. For that, I'm going to open up my Explorer by Ctrl B, and now I'm going to create a new folder named as product, and inside of product I'm going to have a route which will have a parent, so product id dot tsx, and oh, I made a mistake. This is not an file, this is going to be a folder like this, and this is going to be page.tsx, and we are going to move this inside of this, and yeah, that should work. Now let's write RFCE, and this is going to be product. Let's close this, save this, and we have the product. So that is working. Now we also need the params. So we need this ID from the URL. So for doing that, we are going to write params here, and inside of params we'll have product ID. Make sure that you match that with the name of this folder, and let's give a type of this. So params product ID, which is of type string, and inside of this we'll write a use effect, and this is going to be an array with product ID, and we'll write const get data equals to async. We need to get the details for this product. So const response equals to await get product details. So this function is already written, and we'll use product ID here, and we'll have set product details. Okay, we need to create the state first. So use state snippet, and this is going to be product details, set product details, and initially this is going to be undefined, and let's import use state, and let's give this a type of product type, or this can be undefined. And from here we'll set product details as response, and the type of this response is going to be product type. Done, and let's call our get data, and make sure that you mark this component as a client component with the use client directive, and that seems to be it. Now let's style this, and let's give this a class name of margin top of 5 and margin x of 10. And what we will do next is, inside of this div, if we have product details, then we are going to have a fragment, and inside of that fragment we are going to have a div with a grid gap of 4, and we'll give this a style of grid template columns, and the template would be 50% for the images, 25% for the product info, and 25% for product pricing. Save it, and inside of this, first we'll have a div, and inside of this our image component would be there. So let's write image component for now. We have the text right here, you can see that image component, and after this I'm going to have another div. Inside of that I'm going to have another div which will have an h4, and this will have inside of it product, I messed up, product details dot title. Save it, and we do have the title. Now let's give it a class name of font semi bold and text of 2XL. Perfect. Now after this h4 we are going to have another div with flex, item center, and a gap of 2, and this is going to be the ratings component. So I think we can copy the ratings from our product. We did write the ratings here, where it is, I think this is it. Let's copy this entire div, copy, and let's paste it here. Let's import fa star component, save this, and what should be next is we should end this div, and after that we'll have a div with border top gray, border top gray of 300, border B, which stands for border bottom, and border bottom of gray 300. I think we can also do border Y, which stands for border Y axis, and yeah, border Y also works. So we don't have to repeat the border T and border B. So we can remove the border B, gray 300, and let's give a padding Y of 2 and margin Y of 2. And inside of this goes our div with flex, gap of 2, margin top of 2, flex of call, and inside of this goes flex, gap of 2, and item center. Inside of this goes text to Excel, and font semi bold, and inside of this will be dollar product details dot discount price, and after this div there will be a div with a class name of text gray 600 and a font of medium, and we'll write list price, we'll write span with a class name of class of line through, this one, and inside of this goes dollar product details dot sale price. That's it. Perfect. Now we need to end this span, this div. After this we'll write another div, and the content of this div would be h6. Let's give class name of text small, and inside of this we'll write inclusive of all taxes. Then after this we'll have a div with class name as flex, gap of 3, item center, and inside of this div we'll have h6 with text small class name, and we'll write no cost EMI available. After this we'll have an h6 again with text excess, which stands for extra small, and we'll have text Amazon blue, okay, so Amazon blue is not there. We need to add Amazon blue color inside our next config.js, not next config, the Tailwind config.ts. Amazon blue is already here. Why it is not working? Let's try it again. Inside our page.tsx, this is going to be text Amazon strange, only 3 colors are available. Let's write Amazon blue, if that works. Yeah, it is working. So that's an issue with the VS Code. Then underline, then flex, item center, cursor pointer, save it, and inside of this h6 we'll have EMI options and icon f a caret down, save it, and yeah, this is looking good. I'll just zoom in the page and you can see that the content is messed up but works, right? Let's keep it at 75%. Now after this, what should we do is let's close this h6, this div, this div, this div, 1 2 3 4 5. So we need to close 5 divs, and after this we'll have a component named as trust slider. So trust slider, just writing that for now. Then we'll have the colors, and then we'll have the variants. So you just written it, so we'll replace that components with the div, and then we'll have class div with a class name of mt3, and we are going to have all the descriptions here. So h5 with a class name of text small, font semi-bold, and inside of this we'll have about this item. Oh, this is going to be the content, not a prop. About this item, and let's remove the space. After the h5 we'll have ul with class names text sm, flex call, and gap of 1, list disk, and padding left of 3. Now inside of this we'll have product details dot description, product details dot description dot map, and we'll get the stat from it, and we are going to return li with key as stat and the value as stat. And yeah, perfect, our descriptions are here. Now what next is, just let me check. Okay, so after this UL, this div and this div, we are going to have a div for payment info. So in here we'll have our payment info, which would be here. So now what should we do is let's complete the trust slider, the colors and the variants. So this section right here would be completed, and then we'll move out to this image component, and then at the end we'll be doing the payment info. So for now what we are going to do is first we are going to do the trust slider. So just a minute. So for trust slider, it's a very simple component, and inside the product ID I'm going to create a new folder named as components, and inside of components I'm going to create trust slider, and I'm also going to create a new folder here which would say colors, and one more which is going to be variants. So first we'll have trust slider.tsx rfce trust, remove the hyphen, and trust and slider, and let's write index.ts here, and trust slider, and we are going to just export the component. Close this. Let's do the same for variants. So variants.tsx index.ts. Let's write RFCE. Just make sure that V is capital, and let's use variance here. Export the component, and that's it. Let's do the same for colors. So colors.tsx, RFCE, C capital, save, index.ts, colors, export the component. That's it. And now what I'm going to do is, let's head over to our page.tsx and replace the trust slider with the component. Make sure that the component is imported, and replace the colors with the colors component, and variance with the variance component. And we may need to pass some props for colors and variance, so let's do that as well. So for colors, we are going to pass the colors variant, which would be product details dot colors, and for variance it would be variance and product details dot variance. That's it. We'll use that whenever we are doing the component. Now let's head over to trust slider.tsx and do the component. So for trust slider, what we are going to do is, first I'm going to copy some data. You can just write it by yourself. So I have this array of images. So this is an array of objects, and we just have the name and image, and name is Amazon delivered, and trust 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can find this images inside the public folder trust, and these are all the images right here. Okay, so all of that is already inside the public folder. Now you just have to write this, and now what I'm going to do is remove this trust slider. Instead of this, I'm going to give this a class name, flex gap of 2, item center, justify center, margin y of 4, and inside of this I'm going to map the images. So images dot map, and we'll get the image, and I'm going to return a div, close the div, pass the key as image.name, and inside of this I'm going to have the image, and image should be imported from next image, and the source is going to be image.image, and the height is going to be of 25, the width is going to be of 25, and alternative text would be trust. Save this. We should have the images. Yeah, the images are there. Now we will also provide a class name to this div. The class names should be flex call, item center, and justify center. That's it. No change. And after this we are going to have a span which will have a class name, text small, not small, extra small, and text center, and inside of this goes our image dot name. So we'll have the text here. That's it. And yeah, perfect. So our trust slider is also complete. Now let's do the colors. And for colors, that is a pretty simple component. First we'll get the colors. We'll get the colors inside of this props, and colors would be of type string, and instead of returning a div, we are going to return a UL with a class name of flex and a gap of 1, and inside of this we are going to map the colors.map color. Will return an li key is going to be the color, and let's also give this a class name of height of 5, width of 5, and rounded full. And inside of this there is going to be nothing. We'll just do the same as we did in the product component of the search. So background color is going to be the color. That's it. And we have the colors. Perfect. Now we'll do the same for the variants. Just give me a minute. We'll have to do one more thing here. Now we'll also maintain the selected thing right here. So I'm going to use a use state snippet, and this would be selected, set selected, and this is going to be 0 use state, and on click of this we want to set selected as index, and we'll get the index from here. The second parameter is always the index, so set selected as index, and we'll also do some tweaking here. So instead of this normal strings, we are going to use backticks here, and height 5 width 5. Okay, we need to change this to 10. Height 10 with 10, rounded full, and we'll give it a cursor pointer, border 4, and what we are going to do is we'll check if the selected and the index is same, then we'll give border Amazon primary, or else the border is going to be white. Okay, so initially the selected is this, and when we click on this, the selected is this. So yeah, this is working, and we had to do this. Now let's do the same for the variants. So for variants, just let me check. I think we are going to do the same, but with a slight difference. So let's copy this, head over to variants, yeah, this is the variants, and paste that here. I'm going to name this as variants, and this is all the small variants, and save it. And instead of this, I'm going to have inside of this alive variant, and this is variant, and height 10 and width of 10, I'm going to remove that. The rounded full is also going to be removed. Cursor pointer is going to stay, and border of 4, instead of that we'll have 2, and padding of 1, text of SM, and font semi bold. Save it, and yeah, perfect. And with this we'll also give this gap of 5 and margin Y of 5. Save it. Perfect. So the variance is also working, and now let's click on this, and this is also switching. So this section right here is completed. Now let's focus on this image component. Okay, so for the image component, what we are going to do is let's create a new component inside of this components folder, and this is going to be image slider. And inside of image slider we are going to do create a component, image slider.tsx, write rfce, is capital, remove the dash, and ss capital, save it, and let's do the index.ts, index.image slider, and let's export this component. And after this, what we are going to do is we'll also create a payment info component, so we don't have to open this again. payment info, and let's write payment info.tsx, and let's also create index.ts. Index.ts, let's head over to payment info, rfce, replace payment info and payment info store, and oh my bad, just head over to image slider and double click on this and page.tsx, close this, and let's remove the image component from here and write image slider, and image slider would have images as prop, so we are going to pass the product details dot images, and let's head over to image slider and images, and the type of images is going to be string, array of string. And now let's do a thing. First we'll have a use state snippet. This is going to be of selected, set selected, and initially the 0th image would be selected, and let's also import the use state. And now inside of this, let's give this div a class name of flex gap of 5, and inside of this we'll have a ul with class name as flex call and a gap of 2, and inside of this images dot map image, and we'll have li with key as image, and class name is going to be this is going to be just string, not dynamic class name. So padding of 2, background gray of 200, rounded small, width of max, cursor pointer, and inside of this we'll have another class name with relative and height of 10, width of 16, and inside of this we'll have our image. Make sure that you import next image, pass in the source as image, alternative text is going to be product, and give the fill attribute, and we have the image here, you can see that. And we'll also do one more thing. When we click on this li, we want to set selected image as this image, so on click, set selected as this image, done. And now after this li we are going to have the image, so dot flex item center, justify center, width of full, and inside of this we'll have height 500 pixels. We need to remove this height of 500 pixels, and width of full and relative. Now inside of this we'll have image, and source would be the selected image, and alternative text would be product, and this is also going to have the fill attribute. And yeah, we have the image. Now let's test this with the multiple image product. I think we need to check Any product has multiple images. Images. Yeah. Let's. Okay, so this product has multiple image. Which product is this? Name. Okay, this product but doesn't have the description. Okay, the first Galaxy S. The product name should be Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. Okay, we need to find Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra. Yeah, and we have multiple images here, and yeah, the images are being changed. So this is working perfectly. Our image section is complete. Everything working perfectly. Now let's have the payment info right here. So let's head over to our page.tsx and use the payment info component. So at the end, instead of this div, I'm going to use the payment info component. Payment info, this component, make sure that you import it, and we are going to pass a data prop to this, and this is going to be an object. So for price, we are going to pass product details dot discount price. Then we will pass original price. So original price is going to be product details dot sale price, and then we'll have id as product details dot id. Save it, and let's head over to payment info. I'm going to copy this for the types and payment info. What should we do here is, first we'll destructure the data and we will give this data a type, and let's remove this and give this a number. This should be also a number, and this right here is going to be string. id is string, that's it. And next, what should we do here is, now first we'll have to do here several things. This is going to be a very long component. So const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and let's head over to the products page of the search component, and we wrote the function of dates here. We are going to grab it and grab the delivery date and head over to the payment info and paste that right here. Make sure that you import the use state, and now we can move over to our the markup. So first, this class name, this div has a class name of margin of 2, margin left of 5, border 2, border gray of 200, not bg. This is going to be border round, sorry for that. Then after this we'll have rounded small. Then we'll have min height of 50%, and what should we have next is, we'll have height of max and width of max. So h max and width max, that's it. And now after this we'll have an h4 here, which will have price and the class name of medium. So font medium, price, okay, that's there. Then after this we'll have div with class name of flex, gap of 2 and items of center. Inside of this we'll have span with class name of font medium, and text red of 500, and then we'll have $data dot price. After this, we'll have a span again with class name as font medium, line through, and text of small. Inside of this, we'll have $data dot original price. Perfect. Now after this, we'll need to end this div, and with another div we'll have text small, margin top of 2, and we'll write save extra with no cost UMI. Save extra with no cost UMI. After this, we'll have div with class name of text small, and we'll write get it by delivery date. And we'll also do one more thing. We are going to provide a padding of 5 to this component, padding of 5, and yeah, this is looking perfect now. After this div right here, we'll have another div with text green of 500, text green 500, and we'll give font semi bold, and we'll write in stock. Perfect. After this div, we'll have a button of buy now, I think. Yeah, add to cart and buy now. I think this buttons could be copied from the product.tsx of the search. So we had the buttons, yeah, we had the buttons, and we can copy those two buttons from here. Paste those buttons, and this button has an error, cannot find the main button. Seriously? HTML cannot find the button. Okay. So add to cart and buy now. And when we click on the blue button, which is buy now, we should be redirected to the cart page. So let's also have that here. On click, we'll write router.push and head over to the cart page. Let's click on this buy now, and we are redirected to the cart page. We haven't defined the cart page yet. So after this buy now button, we'll have a div with a class name of flex, a gap of 3, and item center, text gray 600, and inside of this we'll have FA lock icon, and we'll write secure transaction. Perfect. So our product page is complete. There is nothing more here. We'll just do one more thing when the cart is created. So we'll have to when we click on this, we'll have to add that product to the cart, and when we click on buy now, we'll also have to add that product to the cart and redirect to the cart page. So we are doing the redirection now, but it's not being added to the cart. So let's do the cart functionality now. We'll have to set up our Zustand role for that. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's get started to create our cart functionality. So for that, I'm going to close all of this, head over to client source app, And inside of app, I'm going to create a new folder named as cart. And inside of cart, I'm going to create a page.tsx, and inside of cart we are also going to create components folder for all our components related to cart. And inside of component, let's create a product component, and let's create a product.tsx, product.tsx, and an index.tx. Let's write rfce product, and let's create index.ts, and import the product from feed.product, and we are going to export that product. Save this, and let's head over to our page.tsx and write rfce here as well, and let's write cart here, and let's click on this buy now button. Now first, what should we do is, let's do one thing. Let's create some cart functions like the add to cart, remove from cart, increase quantity, decrease quantity, get quantity by id, get total amount, and empty cart, and all of that like that. So for that, let's head over to cart slice.ts, and I'm going to expand my VS Code, and we already have the cart products. And now let's write add to cart function. So add to cart, and id, string, price, and number, and we'll return void from here. And let's add that function here as well. So add to cart, and this is not a simple function of just adding it to the array. We have to do several checks here. Number, so we'll get the id and the price, not this. This is price, id and price as the parameter when we call this. And what we are going to do is, we are going to set the state like this, and what I'm going to do is, we'll check if this product is already inside of our state. So existing product equals to state dot cart products dot find, and we'll get the product here, and we'll check if product dot id triple equals to the current id. If the product is already inside of the cart, then what we are going to do is, existing product, we'll check if the product is already inside the cart. If the product is already inside the cart, then what we'll do is, we'll increase the quantity of that product by 1. So existing product dot quantity plus equals to 1. So consider a scenario, an Apple iPhone 15 Pro is inside the cart, and I click on add to cart button. In that case, the product should not be added again in the cart, but the existing cart products quantity should be increased by 1. So that's this scenario. And now let's write else. If the product is not inside the cart, then we are going to have state dot cart products dot push, and we'll have id and quantity as 1 and price. So we are initially defining the quantity as 1, and after this we'll return cart products, and we are going to spread the state dot cart products here. Perfect. Now existing product dot quantity this equals to 1. I think that's it. Yeah, so that's it. So this is our add to cart function, and this set method is provided by Zustand. Now add to cart is here. What should be next is, let's write empty cart. So to delete all the cart products, so empty cart void, and let's do the same here, empty cart. In here we'll just write cart products as empty array, so empty cart set cart products as an empty array. That's it. So for now we'll just do this two functions, and we'll use that in our application, and other things should be maintained as and when needed. So now now let's head over to our payment info component, and we are going to use this add to cart there. So payment info, and let's get this add to cart from our Zustand store. So const equals to use app store, and we'll get the cart products from here, not cart products, we'll get add to cart method from here, and we are going to use add to cart on click of those buttons down here. Yeah, before pushing the router to the /cart, we are going to use the add to cart here, data dot not this add to cart, and we'll have data dot id here. First we'll pass the id, and we'll also pass data dot price, and yeah, I'm going to copy this and do the same here on this button on click. So the difference between these two functions is in this add to cart we are just adding the product to the cart, and in here we are adding the product to the cart and pushing the page to the cart page. So that's it. And now the other thing that we have to do is we'll have to do the same thing in the search page. Just give me a minute, I'll just check it out. Yeah, inside the search page we have to do the same. So I'll write Control P, search for product, and we want to go to this component product.tsx, which is inside our search, and in here we are going to add on click to this add to cart, and by now here on click, and what we will do here is this on click would have add. Okay, we also need add to cart imported from our Zustand store. So in here const equals to use app store, and we need the add to cart here, and we'll write product details dot id here, and we'll have product details dot discount price. That's it. And in here on click, what I'm going to do is we will have first add to cart. I'm going to copy this because it's one and the same, and after it is added to cart I'm going to have router dot push, and will redirect the page to the cart page because this is the buy now. So as soon as we click on buy now, we want to head over to cart, and when we click on add to cart, it should be added to the cart. So now let's test this, and let's head over to our search page. Let's search for electronics, and let's click on this add to cart. You can see that when we click on that button, it was added, the product was added here, and the quantity was changed to 1. and now when I click on this, it will again change to 2. Now when I click again here, it won't be changed to 3 because of the logic that we wrote, that if the product is already inside the cart, the quantity should be increased, not the product. So this is working. It's not being added to the cart, so the quantity is only increasing. Now let's click on this and we are inside the cart page. Now let's child this cart page and show all the products that are inside our cart. So for that we will need the details of the product that are inside the cart. So for that, what I'm going to do is head over to the cart page.tsx and let's write use effect here. And this should be loaded as soon as the page is loaded, or the cart product. So we need the cart products from our app store. So const use app store, and from here we need the cart products, and as soon as we have the cart products we want to call this. So what we are going to do here is let's write const get data, and this is going to be an async function, and we'll need to use the get multiple product details. So I'm not sure if we have written that, so let's head over to product.ts and multiple, yeah, we haven't written that get multiple product details, so we are going to write that function. So export const get multiple product details equals to async product IDs. So we'll need the IDs of all the products, and try catch as usual error and console log error, and inside the try block we'll have product details array, which is an empty array, and then we'll have a loop. So for let I equals to 0, I less than product IDs dot length, and I plus plus. So for all the products we are looping over it, and we'll use the get product details function, which is already defined in this file, and we'll utilize that, and we'll grab the pass in the product ID, and what we'll do is we'll push the data. So product details dot push data, and after this we'll return the product details. Make sure that you use for loop here, because if you use for each loop, then it will not work perfectly with the await. So if you are calling API in any scenario in JavaScript and you want to loop for the APIs, then the best scenario is to use for loop. Don't use for each loop. When I was learning JavaScript, I had to just spend time for 3 to 4 days just to learn that for each doesn't support the API calling. So make sure that you use for loop for the API calls in future as well. That's the tip that I wanted to give you. And now let's head over to page.tsx and use that over here. So const response, which would be of product type, or it could be undefined, equals to await get multiple product details, and will use the cart products dot map, and we'll just pass in the ID of the product, not the quantity and the price. Product dot ID, not capital product, small product dot ID. And why is this not working? Okay, that's it, and one more bracket here, and That's it. Now if there is response, then we need to set the product. So for setting the products, we'll use a local state, use state snippet, which is products, set products, and initially this is empty, and this would be an array of product type, and also make sure that you import use state here. Now if there is response, let's set the products as response. That's it, and let's call the get data. That would work in background. Now what should we do next is let's write our markup, and that is going to be complex. Now let's have class name px of 10, py of 10, and inside of this we'll have an h2 with the class name, not class name of margin bottom of 10, and text 3xl, text Amazon dark, and inside of this we'll have strong, which will say shopping cart. Let's save this, and okay, we need to mark this component as client component, so use client directive. Why we are marking this component as client component? Because this is going to be a client component and we are using state here. So whenever we are using hooks and state and use effect and everything, then we need to convert this component as client components, because the server doesn't support the hooks. It might support the Zustand store, but I'm not sure if it supports the Zustand store, because for state management in server, React query is the best. So for that we are using that. Let's refresh the page, and yeah, that is working. Now what I need to do is I'm going to have it here so you can see that, and after this h2 I'm going to have cart products dot length greater than 0. Then we will have a div with a flex and gap of 10, and inside of this, and yeah, we also need this right here for now, and we'll have div with width as 3x4 and dot flex call gap of 10. After this we'll have flex call and a gap of 10, not 10, this is going to be 5. Inside of this we'll have products dot map, we'll have product as the value, and we'll use the product component here and pass in the key as product dot id, and the product data is going to be product. That's it, and let's write something here. Okay, so the cart products, I think this is empty because we refresh the page and the stand removes everything when you refresh the page. So let's do one thing. Let's style this first. So if we do not have the product, what should be shown should be here. So there, class name, flex, item center, and gap of 6, justify center, height of 50 viewport height, and text of 5xl. Okay, I messed up here. Height of 50 viewport height, text of 5xl, and background should be Amazon background. Where was I? Yeah, here, background Amazon Amazon background, then font bold. Now after this, what there is, we'll use the CG danger icon from our React icons package. CG danger, we need to import that. We'll do that, and we'll write div cart is empty, and let's give this a class name of text danger 400, text of 100 pixels, and let's import the CG danger. So import from React icons CG, and this is going to be CG danger. Save this. Yeah, perfect. And now let's add some products from the cart again. Now we have this product here, we need to style that. So what else should be there is, let's have the product here first. So yeah, let's have the product here first. So now inside of our product here, we'll have the product data prop, and let's give the type product data as product type, and in here we'll need many things from use app store, and we'll need to define many things in use app store. So first let's give this a class name of flex gap of 10, background gray of 100, padding of 10, rounded small, item center, and inside of this we'll have div with input inside of this input, and this input would have ID as default checkbox, and type is going to be checkbox, and value is going to be this, and this class name is going to be width of 4, height of 4, text Amazon primary, and background gray of 100, border gray of 300, and rounded. Okay, we'll just provide rounded here. Rounded. Not just rounded. We will provide rounded of small, I think. Let me verify again. We'll provide rounded here. This is rounded, not anything else. So this is rounded, and focus ring Amazon primary, and accent Amazon primary. Save it. We should have a checkbox here. Perfect. Now after this, let's end this div, and another div with a class name of relative, and height of 24, width of 24, and inside of this we'll have image, next image, and inside of this source is going to be product data dot images of 0, and fill and alternative text is going to be product, and that's our image. After this div we'll have another div with flex of 1, and inside of that we'll have an h3 with class name as font bold, text large, and we'll have product data dot title. After this h3 we are going to have another div with flex gap of 5, text small, and margin top of 2. After this, inside of this div I'm going to have flex gap of 1, and span is going to be color, and span again with class name is going to be font bold, and inside of this I'm going to write titanium white. This is just an basic info. You can change this by yourself, whatever you want to do the functionality. If you want to remove this, you can remove this. Then we'll have div with span, and this is going to be variant, and then span again with class name, and this is going to be font bold, and this is going to have product data dot variance and 0th variant. Now after this div, this div, we need to leave this 3 divs, and then we'll have a new div with a flex and a gap of 5 and font bold. Inside of this div, what we are going to do is we'll have the increase, decrease, quantity, and everything. So first let's write span with class name as cursor pointer, and let's have a plus icon here. Then let's copy this, paste it, and this is going to be a minus icon, plus, minus, and in between there's going to be a number which will say items quantity, not items. Then after this there's plus, minus, and then let's leave this div, and after this div we'll have width of 16, text of center, and inside of this div we'll have a strong tag with dollar and product data dot discounted price, and that's it. We'll also need to multiply the price with the total number of quantity. We'll do that. After this div we'll have another div with class name as cursor pointer, and the content of this div would be a trash icon, so F8 trash. There should be a trash icon here. So when we click over this icon, we need to delete this product from the cart. So now we need to write several functions in the cart. So we need to increase the quantity, decrease the quantity. Then as soon as we increase or decrease the quantity, we need to change this price according to that. So the base price of this product is 1500. Now the total number of quantity of this product inside the cart is 5. Then the 1500 should be multiplied by 5, and it should be around 7500. So 7500 should be displayed here. So we have to write a function for that, and after that we'll also need to write a remove from cart. So when we click on this button, this product should be removed from the cart. So there's many things to do, and let's get to it. So first we'll need the remove from cart. Let's do the remove. No, first let's do the increase quantity. So now let's head over to the cart slice, and let's write the increase quantity function here first. So before this, there is going to be increase quantity, and id is going to be string, and return type is going to be void. Increase quantity, id string, return type is going to be void. What's the issue in here? Okay, I need to write colons here. Now let's copy this and have it right here. Increase quantity, id of, I think I don't need to pass, yeah, it should be of type string. Yeah, it is already of type string because we have defined it here. We can remove the type from here as well. Now increase quantity, what we will do inside of this here is set state and const product equals to state dot cart products dot find. We will get the product, check product dot id triple equals to id. So we get the product from here, and if we do have the product inside of a cart, then we'll increase the product dot quantity plus equals to 1, and will return the cart products from here and spread the state dot cart products here. I think that's it. And let's do the same for decrease quantity. So increase quantity, decrease quantity, id string void, and let's copy this, and not copying that, I'm going to copy this function, paste it, and this is going to be decrease quantity, and if we have the product inside of our cart, we need to just have it minus, and what we'll do is product is there, and we'll also check product dot quantity is greater than 1. If it is not, then we don't want to decrease it, because that would have the product as 0, and if the product is 0, it shouldn't be inside the card, and it also shouldn't be less than 0, -1, -2. So that makes sense. Okay, so we have written our plus and minus functionality. So let's head over to the product.tsx. We don't need to have this. Now let's insert cart and use the increase quantity and decrease quantity. And what should we do here is, just give me a minute. Okay, so in here, the plus icon where it is here, when we click on this, we'll have an on click listener here, and we need to, in not product data, we need to increase the quantity. So we'll pass in the product data dot id, and we'll copy this and do the same for the minus. Just change the increase quantity to decrease quantity, and now let's check it. Let's head over to Amazon and add any product. By now we have this product, and okay, so for increasing and decreasing, we also need this, the total amount. So let's write that function as well. So let's head over to cart slice, and let's write get quantity by id. So I'm going to copy this, and this is going to be get quantity by id, and this will return a number, not a void. And we'll also write get total amount here, and this is going to return a number. Let's complete this so we don't have to open the card slice again. So we need this two methods. So first we'll write get quantity by id. So get quantity by id, this is going to be like this. So we'll need the id which is of type string, and what we'll do is const product equals to get cart products dot find get the product, and product dot id triple equals to id, and returned product. If there is product, then we'll return product dot quantity, or else we'll return a 0. And after this we will have the get total amount. So inside the get total amount, what we are going to do is we'll use the reduce method here. So first we'll get the cart products from this. So get cart products, and we'll write const total amount equals to cart products dot reduce, and we'll have total and product. Now const product price is going to be product dot price, and we'll return total. Okay, we made a mistake here, it is not total. So total plus product dot quantity into product price, and we'll also need to pass an initial value of 0, and after that we'll return the total amount. Okay, so let me explain these two methods. So get quantity by id, product get all the cart products, and we'll find if the id is there, and if it is there, then we'll return the product quantity. If product is there, then return the product dot quantity, or else return 0. And inside the get total amount, first we get the cart products, then we use the reduce for adding all the product price. So this is multiplied by product quantity and returning the total amount. That's it. So let's use that over here. First we need to, not in payment info, we need to use in product.tsx. So let's use that here. So what was the method? Get total quantity by id and get total amount. Let's use this and this, where we have written 5. Yeah, we have to use it right here. So this is going to be get quantity by id, and we'll pass product data dot id, and that seems to be it. And we'll also get this dollar price and discount price into get quantity by id and product data dot id. Let's check it out. Okay, so now let's test it out. Let's add the product, add to cart, add over to cart, Product is added 7 times. Let's decrease this, increase this, and yeah, the price is also updating. Now what we want to do is, on click of this button, this should be deleted, this product should be deleted. So we'll have to write that in our cart slice. We forgot to write that, so let me give me a minute. Okay, remove from cart and remove from cart and return void, and we'll need the ID of which product we want to remove. Let's have it at top. Remove from cart is going to be an arrow function and this, and we'll need the ID, and what should we do here is we'll set the state and const product index equals to state dot cart products dot find index, and we'll have all the product and match it with product dot id triple equals to id, and if it is matched then we'll get the product index. Now if product index not equal -1, then state dot cart products dot splice and product index 1, just removing the product from the cart, and then we'll have to return, after this we'll return cart products and state dot cart products. That's it. Let's test it out. We'll need to add multiple products. Let's head over to electronics, add to cart, add to cart. Let's jewelry, add to cart, add to cart. Let's head over to cart. We have these 4 products, and let's delete this product. Okay, we also have to integrate this with our JSX. So remove from cart, and are we using the get total amount? Just let me check. Yeah, we are not using get total amount. We'll remove this. We'll be using that in another component. Now on click of this right here, trash, or we can just wrap it around this div. On click we need to remove from cart product data dot id, and now let's test it. We are going to remove this product and it was deleted. Let's delete this bootstone, and yeah, this is working perfect. Let's go to another page and head over to the cart, and the state is maintained. So this functionality is completed. Now let's have the type of shipping, prime or normal shipping. Then we'll have the total checkout here. So let's do that. Okay, so now let's head over to the page.tsx, and in here first I'm going to add some states and also input the things that we are going to need from our app store. So get total amount, then we'll also need the user info, then we'll need set order info, not this set order info. We'll need we'll need to create that method, and products are here. Then we'll use state snippet again for prime shipping, and initially this is going to be false. Then we'll have use state snippet again is COD, set is COD, and this is going to be false. And we'll also need the router, so const router is equals to use router router from next navigation, and then after that we'll also create the method of const handle checkout redirect. So in here const handle checkout redirect equals to arrow function. Now let's proceed further. Now after this product right here, we'll end this div and this div, and after that we'll have another div with flex and a gap of 1, margin top of 10, justify between, and item center. And inside of this div we are going to have another div with h4 as strong, and this is going to be choose shipping. Now after this, what should be done is, after this h4 we are going to have a flex, then a gap of 5, then we'll have item center and a h of 5, and inside of this we are going to have an input for a radio. So I'm just going to copy that input from my code, and this is the input id, area, type radio, value, class name. I'm going to scroll so you can just write it. Let me just have it on another line. So these are the class names. Just write it. The name should be the shipping method. Make sure that this name is correct, and on click set prime shipping as false, and checked. It will check if this is checked or not by this prime shipping. And after this div right here, we'll have another div with ml of 2, text of small, and inside of this div we'll have a label of free shipping and the p. So I'm just going to copy that as well. So this is the label, this is for this HTML helper radio, and this is for helper radio text. Let's save this and see what is the result. So this is free shipping. This shouldn't be like this. It should be on the same line. I think I missed something here. Text small, label, and flex, gap of 5. Just let me check. So before this input we have one more div. This should be above this, and I think there are 2 more divs, so I missed. So let's give this a class name of flex, gap of 5, and margin top of 3, and inside of this div we are going to have class name of flex, and I want you to copy this too, and I want to have that after this div right here. Save this, and yeah, that is fixed. So free shipping thing is fixed. So after this labels we are going to leave this 2 divs, this and this 2 divs, and after that I'm going to have flex again, and inside of that I'm going to flex item center and a height of 5, and now I'm going to have input. I'm going to copy this input from above, paste it, and this is going to be helper radio 2, helper radio text radio. Class name is going to be the same, and this is going to be shipping method, and this is going to have set prime shipping as true, and the prime shipping checked prime shipping. And after this div right here I'm going to have ml of 2 and the text of small, and inside of this I'm going to copy my label and p tag. This is the label and this is the p tag, just that. Save it, and I need to add the product again right now, and now we are able to switch between this, and this is working perfectly. Yeah, so this is done. Now what next? Just let me check. Doing this p div, and after this div I'm going to have flex again with a gap of 3, and inside of this I'm going to have an h4 which will have subtotal and this is going to be subtotal, and then we'll have h4 strong and dollar get total amount. Let's see what we have here. Subtotal 1500, and we'll need the cart products. So we'll have cart products. Okay, we already have the cart product. So what we are going to do here is I'm going to have cart products dot length, and we'll have item here. So subtotal, we have one item. If there is more than one item, then we'll have that here. So perfect. Now let's try to add some more products by now, and we have this 2 items, and yeah, the total is increasing, so that is perfect. Now we have the strong h4 in this div, this 1 div, 2 div, 3 div, and after the third div we'll have flex of 1, bg gray of 100, padding of 10, height of max, save it, and we have that here. Now inside of this we are going to have an h5 of strong, and this is going to have user info dot first name, and we'll have a comma, and the last step remains. First name is not there. Email. Let's just check what the user has. I think user has the first name. First name should be there. Not sure why that is not working. I think let's write my name for num. We'll solve that afterwards. After that h5, then we'll have flex call, gap of 2, margin y of 5, and inside of this we'll have flex, and then we'll have flex item center and height of 5, and inside of this we are going to have input component for the radio again. So this time this is going to be stripe, payment method text radio. This is the same that we used above, and the name should be payment method. Make sure that this is correct, payment method, and the ID. So say on click is set is COD false, and checked is not a COD. So after this div we'll have another div with class name as ml of 2, text small, and inside of this I'm going to copy the label. Label should be HTML for stripe, and this is stripe. And after this div and this div I'm going to have this again. So what we can do is we can just copy this and paste it, and let's change this ID to COD, and what else, payment method should be payment method, and set is COD to true, and this is going to be is COD, and ID should be COD, and this is going to be cash on delivery. Save this, and let's add some products again by now, and we have stripe and cash on delivery. Perfect. Now what should we do is ending this label, this div, this div, and this div, 3 divs, and then we'll have another div with class name of flex call, gap of y, margin y of 5, Inside of this again flex gap of 3 justify between, and we'll have an h4 subtotal, and we'll have cart products dot length, and this is like this, and then we'll have h4 again, which will have strong dollar and get total amount. Let's check it. Perfect. Okay, so after this h4 we are going to leave this div, and we'll have another flex with the gap of 3 justify between, and inside of this I'm going to have an h4 which will say shipping, and what I'm going to do here is like this, and if it is prime shipping then we'll write prime here, or else we'll write free and a colon here. After this we'll have h4 again, and inside of this h4 I'm going to use strong dollar prime shipping. If it is a prime shipping then we have 40 units of charge, or else there is a 0 charge. Let's check prime shipping. Okay, that's working. We can see that it is being changed. Perfect. Now after this h4 and this div, I'm going to have another div with a flex and a gap of 3 justify between, and inside of this I'm going to have an h4 which will write total, and inside of that h4 I'm going to have strong and dollar get total amount, and plus will have if prime shipping then we have to add 40 or else 0. Now what else is, just let me check. Okay, that's it, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's it. So after this to div, I'm going to have a button which will have span checkout, and after this span another span which will write this thing right here. Just copy this and paste it, and for button the styles can be copied. Just give me a minute, and we are going to have this handle checkout redirect, and for class name let's head over to the payment info, and from here I want this button, and just paste the class names of that button, and perfect. So our component is complete, everything is working. Stripe check on and when we click over this we just want to check out the product. So now let's write the logic for that, so only that remains in our cart. Just give me a minute. Let's head over to here, handle checkout, and do we need to use await? No. So inside of this we'll have const data equals to products, and inside products we'll write connect with products dot map. We'll have the product, and we'll just return an object with product ID, and that's it. Now after this we'll have user, and we'll have id as userinfo dot id, and after this we'll have status and payment mode. If payment mode is COD, then we'll write cash on delivery, DELIBERY, or else we'll write Stripe here, and payment intent is going to be an empty string, and then we'll have price as get total amount plus prime shipping 40. Let's wrap this in a bracket. Perfect. Now we'll have set orders info and router dot push checkout. Okay, so what we did here is we created this data object which has all the products and with the ID. So this is for application, so application can easily insert the products, then the user, which user is generating this order, and the status, so status has the payment mode of cash on delivery or Stripe, and the payment intent, this payment intent is useful for Stripe. So in the next section where we are handling the checkout section, I'll make sure that I'll understand the concept of payment intent. And then we have this price, so the total amount of this order. That's it, I think. And next is, yeah, now we need to store this inside our Zustand store. So I think we need to create an order slice. Yeah, we need to create an order slice for orders info inside orders info. So for that, let's head over to the cart slice, and let's open up over this, and let's create a new orders slice.ts, and let's copy everything from auth slice because it's very small. And this is going to be, we don't need the user info type, we can remove this, and instead of auth slice, this is going to be orders slice, and this is going to be create orders slice, and this is going to be orders slice, and let's remove the user info and set user info. Instead of that, we'll have orders info, which is going to be undefined or temporarily any. Then we'll have set orders info, which will be a function, so we'll get the orders info, which is going to be any, and void. Now let's head over to page.tsx and let's grab the type of this data, and go to here, and let's write interface orders type, and inside of this goes this, and this is going to be orders type, this is going to be orders type, and let's have it here. Orders info is going to be undefined for now, and set orders info is going to have orders, set orders info is going to have orders info, and set orders info. That's it. And now let's utilize that over here inside the page.tsx, and we'll get the set orders info from our Zustand store. Set orders. Oh, this thing right here has to be imported in our store.ts. I just forgot to do that. Instead of cart slice, this is going to be order slice, and this is order slice. I'm going to copy this dot and ampersand order slice. Perfect. And head over to page.tsx, and we'll have set orders info, and we are going to use that over here. Set orders info. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Set orders info, and we'll pass in the data. And what issue do we have? User info is possibly undefined. I think the type just updated, so let's head over to our order slice and change this as well, and head over to page.tsx, and there it should be gone, and our cart functionality is successfully completed. Now let's add this product, and let's check out. Should work. Check out. We are not getting redirected. Inspect. We have some error. Let's head over to this and add a product again. Buy now, checkout. Checkout is not working. Why? Let's alert here. Are we getting inside of this function? Checkout. No, this button is not working. Why is that? Okay, button on click. Okay, we need to call this function. That's it. Click on this. We have the alert and redirect it to the checkout page. Let's remove the alert from here, and you can see that we are inside the checkout page. Now we'll have to do the checkout thing. That's going to be a complex logic again, so let's do that. Okay, so for integrating Stripe, what we need is you need to head over to stripe.com docs payments quick start, and I'll be linking this in the description of the video, and you need to log in. You will have a login button here. You need to log in, create an account, and from here you can read the entire documentation. We are going to use the custom payment flow. You can read the entire documentation of what we are going to do, but I'm just going to copy the code from here. So let's copy this checkout form from here. We have this copy button. Let's copy it from here. Head over to our code, and I'm going to create a new folder here named as checkout, and inside of checkout we are going to have a page.tsx and components folder, and inside of components we are going to have stripe form.tsx, and I'm going to paste that code inside of this component, and let's write RFC here, and this is going to be checkout Save it, and now let's install the dependencies that we are going to need. So first let's head over to client and install the client dependencies. So here the commands are given. We need the stripe react stripe.js and stripe.js. Let's copy this and paste it here, and let's install these dependencies. Okay, it has been installed. Now let's head over to server, and for server we are going to use this dependency and paste it and install it. Done. Now let's just restart our server by npm start, and inside of here we have this app.jsx, and from app.jsx you will get this your stripe promise key. So we are going to copy this and paste it right here. Load stripe is this too has to be imported from, yeah, that's it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to have use state snippet client secret, set client secret, and this is going to be an empty string, use state, and use app store, and we'll get some necessary things. Const equals to this, and we'll get the orders info, the set toast, and the empty cart. After this we'll need the router, so const router is equals to use router, and after this we'll have use state snippet again, check if is CRUD, then we'll have use state snippet for checking if the order is created, order created, set order created, this is going to be false, and then we'll have a use effect. I'll explain you everything, just let me write the code so I can explain you things what we are actually doing. So this use effect right here should run as soon as we have change in the orders info, empty cart, router, and set toast. Save it, and now while we are here, let's write appearance equals to this, and const options equals to this. Now what we want to do is let's head over to orders.ts. I'm not sure if we have created that. Orders.ts, get all orders, get order, update order payment status. Now we need to have a create order. So for that let's write export const create order equals to async order any, and try catch error, console log error, and const response equals to await post, make sure that post is imported, and then create URL, and we are going to use /API/orders, and we are going to pass in the order, and we are going to spread this, that's it, and we are going to return response.data, that's it. So this method is complete, and let's head over to page.tsx. And now what I'm going to do is inside the use effect, let's have const handle create order equals to async, and let's call this function handle create order. And yeah, we need to have a check here. If there is orders info, then only we need to have this handle create order, and after this we'll check if order info dot status dot payment mode triple equals to cash on delivery, then if it is cash on delivery, then we'll set is COD to true, and we'll empty the cart from here. Or else what we are going to do, else set toast please add okay, this else should be outside of this. Please add product in cart, and will be redirected to the home page. Now what we did here is, if we have orders info, then we want to create the order, and after the order is created, if the status the payment mode is cash on delivery, then we don't want to show the stripe. We just redirect the user to the my bookings page, not my bookings, my orders page, and we are doing that by set this order to, and we are emptying the cart as the order is already placed. Then we don't want the products inside our cart. So that's it. I think this should be removed from here and should be here. Done. And next is, let's call our API inside of this. Okay, inside of this const response equals to await create order, and we'll pass in the orders info here, and if orders info dot status dot payment mode triple equals to stripe, and response does have a client secret inside of it, client secret, then we are going to set the client secret as response dot client secret, and we'll write set order created to true. And that's it. Now what we did here is, we are creating the order from our API, and the payment mode, if the payment mode is Stripe and the response as a client secret, then we want to set the client secret as response.client secret. Now I'll show you one more thing. We have this server.js file, and we have this code here, and we have this payment intent. So the payment intent is used for confirming our payment, so that should be inside our order, and we have this payment intent right here. So this is generated by Stripe, and let me see if I can show you payment intent. What is payment intent? Okay, this is the definition of payment intent. It's just used for session and confirming the payment. It's provided by Stripe. If you need more information, you can just read this documentation from here. So we'll use this stripe.paymentintents.create, and we have to provide the amount and the currency and automatic payments enabled thing, and we are going to store that payment, not payment intent, but we will store the payment intent dot client secret, and yeah, we are going to store that inside our database. So for that we need to make changes inside our application. So I have already made the changes. So let's head over to order.controller.base.ts, and in here you have to import the stripe first. This thing has to be done first. After that, let me proceed further. Then we have this create method. Inside of create method you have to write this, let payment intent string, then create client secret, and if the data.status.payment mode is stripe, then we want to execute this code. So first we are having this stripe, initializing the stripe, then we have the payment data equals to await stripe payment method payment intents dot create. So we are creating the payment intent, and we are storing the payment intent inside our database, storing that payment intent and returning the client secret to the client. So this thing right here, then this thing, we are providing. Okay, so this is the data. So this is the things that we are storing. Payment status should be false, then payment intent, and payment intent is payment data dot id, client secret is payment data dot client secret, and we are returning this to the user using this return client secret. So that's it with the API side, and yeah, that's it. Now I'm going to close this file. So you can find this file in server source order base order controller dot base dot ts. Okay, and inside of that we have this create method, and we have to make changes inside of that. Okay, now we will have the what next. Yeah, everything is here. Now inside of this we'll have to write the markup here. So inside of this, first we'll check if order is created, then only we want to proceed further. If order is created, then we'll check again if the order is not COD, and client secret dot length is greater than 0, and then we will provide the elements, and then inside of elements we'll have stripe form has to be imported. Why this is not working? Okay, so this is checkout form. Okay, index.tx checkout form, export checkout form, and let's head over to this, and instead of stripe form let's have checkout form, and inside the elements we are going to pass the stripe key as the stripe promise, and then we'll pass in the options is going to be client secret, then appearance, and inside of appearance we'll have theme, which is going to be stripe, and anything else is needed? No, that's it. You can see this, and stripe form. Okay, stripe form also has the not stripe form, the checkout form does have the client secret, and do we need that inside of this? Just let me check. Yeah, we need that. So client secret is going to be a string, client secret is going to be a string, and instead of this client secret here, we will remove this, and we have the client secret here, payment intent. Okay, just let me check. We need to change this return URL if we are successfully made the payment, then the return URL is localhost 5000 success. When we host this application, we need to change this as well. And that's I think that's pretty much it. Save this and let's head over to page.tsx. We have to add something more here. So after this elements, we'll have is COD. We'll check if the order is of COD, then we need to have an H2. H2 and H2 would have a class name of flex, item center, justify center, height of 80 viewport height, and then we'll have width 80 viewport height, width of full, text of 3XL, and a gap of 2, and inside of this we will have span order created successfully. After this we'll have a link from next link, or yeah, we just use it from next link. Let me confirm. Yeah, it's from next link only. And inside of this we'll have view orders. We'll give this a class name of underline, and href is going to be /my orders page. That's it. So what we are doing here is, if the order is of type COD, then we want to just create the order and redirect the user with a link to my orders page. And if it is not created, if it is not COD, then we want to show the stripe thing. So now let's try to see if it works or not. Moment of truth. We just need to see if all of this is working perfectly. And let's go to Stripe demo credit cards test payment methods, and yeah, you can use any of this card for Stripe payment. Just search for Stripe credit cards. Oh, we failed to do one thing, which is marking this component as a client component. We'll use the use client directive at the top and reload the page. This won't work because all of our products from the cart would be removed. We need to add a product into the cart. So next router was not mounted. Next router. Okay, this is from navigation, not router. What more errors do we have? Okay, please add product in cart. That is working. Perfect. Let's add this product to the cart. Add to cart. Buy now. We have two quantity of this. We need Stripe and free shipping. Let's click on checkout. I think there is some kind of error. Bad request failed with status code 400. This is a server error, I think. The server responded with a status of 400 bad request. Why did server request with a bad request? Let's head over to network and head over to our cart again. And let's see if the order was created. I don't think so. Add to cart, head over to cart. Okay, so user.id must be a string, and what did we send here? User is an empty array. I think I need to log out and log in again. That might be the case. Okay, the logout functionality is not there. Let's log in again. Log in. demo@gmail.com admin. Login. Buy now. Stripe. Voila, this is working. I think this message is not correct, but let's see here if the order was created. Order was created, but I think two orders are being created, and I know the reason. That is because of the strict mode, I think. Let me check, give me a minute. That might be because of the strict mode. So inside of next config, we need to write react strict mode as false and save it. Server has to be restarted if there are any changes in next.config.js, and we'll need to style this as well, this type form. Let's head over to Stripe form and do that first. And inside of this, I'm going to have a div with a class name. Okay, we need to remove this class name, and we'll have flex item center, justify center, height of 80 foot height. Wrap it around here. We don't want to show this message. And we'll also style this button. Let's copy a class name and paste that over here. I'm just going to show you the class name, border, text LG, font semi-bold, px of 5, py of 3, border, background, text 5, rounded MB, margin top of 5, and width of full. Save it, and let's head over to Amazon again. Let's select a different product. Let's select this as 23 and buy now and check out. Still an error. User.id must be a string. This time it didn't set the user ID. Let's do one thing. Let's console out the user info or just log in again for now. Admin. Buy now. Checkout. Perfect. This is the Stripe UI. And let's use this card paste, and expiry date should be near future. Any CVV is okay. Your country and pay now. No thanks. And we are inside the success page. Perfect. And let's head over to Stripe dashboard and see if this all works. For this, I think I have to create a new user. Not new user, but a new order. Let's have this jewelry buy now, and let's head over to Stripe first. I will show you here payments. This is the today's payment. You can see that here. Now let's create a new order and I will show you things like checkout. I think the user info is not there again. Why is our user info being empty on every order? User info. Let's write user info here. No. Not sure why this is happening. I'll just log in again. This time let's select a laptop, buy now and check out, and let me show you here, refresh. You can see that this is incomplete as we haven't completed the payment, and if I will complete the payment, and if I refresh this, you will see that it is completed. Now what we want to do is we also want to mark that payment status is complete in our database. So for that we have to do that logic in our success route. So this is the success route. We get the payment intent here and we will match this payment intent with the payment intent in our database, and if it is correct then we will just mark this payment status as true. That's it, and our payment system would be completed. Okay, so for the success page, what we are going to do is we did create the success page.tsx, I think. I'm not sure. Let's check it out. Inside client, source, app, and no, we don't have the success folder. So let's create a new folder named as success, And inside success, we are going to create a new file which is page.tsx. That's it. And rfce success component, and let's refresh this page. And yeah, we have our success component. Now for the content, let's do the content first. So inside this div, what I am going to do is have a class name, and the class name is going to have height of 80 viewport height, flex, item center, padding x of 20, padding top of 20, flex call, and what other things do we have? That's it. And inside of this div, I'm going to have an h1 with a class name of text 4xl and text center. And now inside of this, I'm going to write payment successful and you're being redirected to the orders page. Just going to copy that, I'm not going to write it. So this is the text, payment successful, you're being redirected to the orders page. And other thing that I want to do is after this h1, I'm going to have the h1 again with the class name of text 4xl and text center, and this h1, and inside of this h1 I'm going to write please do not close the page. That's it. And now let's see. Okay, payment successful, you are being redirected to the orders page, please do not close this page. Works. Now what we want to do is as soon as we are on this page, so the payment is successfully done, so we have this payment intent, and we have to grab that payment intent and do API call to verify this payment intent is correct, and if it is correct, then we want to mark this order as complete, as the payment is complete here. So we'll revert the payment status as true for this. So let's do that. First, what we are going to do is we need the router, use router. This router should be from Next navigation, and we are also going to mark this component as client component. It's not client component, I'm going to write use client, because we are going to use effect. As soon as the page is loaded, we want to call our API. So now we also need the payment intent from our URL. So for that we are going to use search params. So for getting the search params, we have this use search params hook from Next.js. Use search params. Why this IntelliSense is not working? This IntelliSense sucks sometimes because it's just doesn't work sometimes. Use search. Why is this not working? I guess some task might be running in the background and that might be causing the issue. Okay, now it is working and it is also imported. Now after this we will have payment intent from URL. So payment intent is going to be search params dot get payment intent. Now after this we'll have a use effect hook, and inside the use effect hook we'll have the dependency array. As soon as we have the router and when we have the payment intent, we want to run this effect. Now we will also confirm if we have payment intent, and what we want to do is we'll also have const update order info equals to async function. And the thing is we want to update order info from here. We want to call this function, and after this function is complete, we want to have a set timeout. Set timeout. Okay, it's not it's set timeout will run our function of router dot push and push the page to my orders, my dash orders, and this should run after 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. Now inside of this we want to use a function record stripe payment, so we have to create that function. So let's head over to orders.ts, and inside orders.ts we are going to create this record stripe payment. So let's write export const record stripe payment equals to async payment intent, and payment intent is going to be of type string, and arrow function try catch error console log error, and inside the try block first we'll construct our query is equals to qs dot stringify, and make sure that you import qs from qs. So okay, query string dot stringify, I think there's an issue. We need something like, yeah, that works, query string dot stringify. And what we have to do here is, yeah, query string dot stringify, and inside of this we'll have where condition and payment intent, and we'll pass in our payment intent. Okay, so this is payment intent, like this payment intent, and let's change this name to like this. Copy this payment intent, and I'm going to change the name as, why it's not working, payment intent, so we don't have to write it double M. Now const response equals to await get create URL, and this is going to be /API/orders, and we are going to pass in the query. And now what we are doing here is we want the order that has this payment intent. So I'm going to console out the response, and I will show you. Inspect console refresh, localhost virus in my orders not found, get create URL, this is correct, okay, /API/orders. Oh, we are inside the orders page. We have to comment out our timeout, so because of that I need to open up my history and see. Okay, so that is removed from that. We'll need to complete an order again. Buy now, checkout. I think I need to log in again for that to work. We still have to fix that issue as well. Admin, login. Let's buy this phone. Checkout. Still it's not working. Why? Oh, that's working now. Password is going to be, not password, the number is going to be 424242. $555 now, and let's inspect console. Oh yeah, we have to call this API inside our page as well. So const response equals to await, and let's call record stripe payment, and we are going to pass in the payment here, payment intent, and Argument of type string null is not assignable as string. And let's see the console. We have the response, and inside the data you can see that our order is here. You can see that we are getting the order, so this payment intent is correct. Now let me do one thing. I am going to write one here in the payment intent, and I will reload the page, and now you will see the response that we have data of 0. So actually this payment intent is being verified, and now we will have the payment intent, not the payment intent but the order. So now what we are going to do is, we got the order and now we want to update this order and mark the payment status as true. So let's do that. Let's head over to our orders.ts, and now after this we will check if response dot data dot length is greater than 0, then we can remove this greater than 0 because it returns a truthy value. So this will continue. So const update response equals to await patch, and this is going to be a patch request, and inside of this goes our create URL, and the URL is going to be /API/orders and response dot data of 0. We need the 0th element and we'll need the ID of that order. So we'll call this, and we are going to pass in an object of payment status as true. Save this, and next thing after this we are going to return update response, and inside of page.tsx we don't want to do anything for now. Let's reload the page, and our API call should be made, and now we will have one more order here, and the payment status of that would be true, I think, if our API would have worked successfully. You can see that that is complete and our payment status is true. So yeah, Stripe integration is successfully completed, and we can remove that comment, load the page, and will be redirected to the my bookings page now. My orders. So we are inside the my orders, and now we'll have to complete the my orders functionality. So it would be the more or less it will be the same that we did in the admin section, the orders page. So we are going to copy the functionality from there, I think. Just let me check again. Yeah, I'll just stop the video and check it out. Okay, so now I am inside my VS Code, and I want you to head over to client, source, app, and inside of here I have created this my orders, and now let's head over to admin, orders, and I'm going to copy this page.tsx, copy, and I want to paste that inside of my orders. So we have this page.tsx, and I'm going to copy this folder and paste that inside our my orders page as well, and make sure that you have copied the components and page.tsx on the side the order ID. Now inside of this page.tsx, what we want to do is we might change the API. Just let me check it. Use effect. Okay, so this is get all orders, and instead of get all orders we are going to create a new API named as get user orders. So let's head over to orders.ts, and have we created that? Get user orders. No, we haven't created that. So what that is, Let's copy the get all orders, or we can just copy the get order and I'm going to paste it here, and we'll change the name to get user orders, and we'll need to have a query. So const query equals to query, not key, query string dot stringify, and we'll pass where clause here, where condition, and user is id with user id, and inside here instead of order id we'll have user id. We'll pass in the user id and const response get create url / API orders, and instead of this we'll just have a query here, query $query. Okay, query equals to that, and return response.data, and return console.log error. Perfect. Now let's try to use that over here, and we'll need the user info as well. So const user info equals to use app store, get the user info, and we'll call this only after we have the user info. So user info, and if we have user info then call this API, and in here we are going to pass, instead of get all orders we are going to call get user orders, and we are going to pass user info dot id. That's it. And now let's head over to this page, and yeah, perfect. We have this products one, and we have all the things. This is perfect. Just let me check. I think we can remove this user because we are the current logged in user and we don't want to know the name of the user, so that makes sense. So where are the columns here? From here, the columns, we are going to remove this user, and let's head over to render cell method, and we can also remove this case from here, case user, and perfect. So we have this. Now when we click on this, let's see if we are able to see the order. Okay, we are able to see the order summary, but we don't want to show this change payment status, so we have to remove that. So inside of page.tsx, inside the order id folder, we have to remove it. We don't want this div right here. So from line number 111 to 132 on my VS Code editor, I am going to remove this, save it, and I guess I have to reload the page. Still not working. We are inside of source app my address order id, and we did remove that. But it is still okay. We are inside the admin. We are not inside the user, so we have to fix the link, and we also have to fix that access control, that only admin users can access the admin panel. We'll also have to fix that. So now from here, router dot push, and I think the order router dot push, this is not slash my orders, and this is like this. Now let's click on this view order. Perfect. So we have this, and we have not the change order status, and we have the order and the payment method and payment status. Perfect. So our my orders section is also complete. We can head over to my orders from here. Now let's do the logout. Everything is complete on our clone. We'll now do the logout, and then we'll fix the access control thing that admin should not, the simple user should not access the admin panel. So now let's do that thing, and then our Amazon clone is finally completed. Okay, so now let's do the logout, and I'm going to close all the files, collapse the editor, inside client, inside source, inside the app. I'm going to head over to admin and copy the logout folder from there, and inside of app I'm going to paste that logout folder. So we have logout here, and inside of here, instead of this, I'm going to just have /login, and that's it. Done. We have completed our logout functionality. So let's test that logout functionality. Logout page, and we are successfully logged out. Now logout is complete, and next what I want to do is I want to fix the access of admin. So let's head over to admin and see if we are able to log in into dashboard. Are we able to log in into dashboard? Orders. Yeah, we are able to. Now we want to fix this. So first what we are going to do is we cannot access admin panel when we don't have the username. So let's fix this. So for this I want to head over to layouts.tsx, and here what I want to do is, just let me check here. Here we are going to have a use effect, and we are going to run it when path name is changed, or is loaded is changed, user info is changed, or we have the set toast because we are going to use set toast, and the router. Okay, we need to get the router, so const router equals to use router, and make sure that you have it from next navigation. Now next router, and now inside of this we'll have a certain if condition, not certain, just a single if condition first. When is loaded is true, then path name dot includes /admin, and then path name not equals to login, admin login, and then path name dot not equals to /admin and /logout, and this also has the slash, and this is the condition, I guess. And what did I miss in the condition? Okay, yeah, so let me explain. We want to run this if condition whenever is loaded is changed and to true, and whenever there is a path name change, and if the path name includes /admin, then we want to run this if condition, and inside of this if condition we'll check if there is user info, and what else, and we'll also check if the user info is the current used logged in user is admin, then only we want to have him access to admin. So this is for that. And then we don't want to have check for these two routes, for admin login and admin logout, because login without login, how can we access admin panel? And if we don't have access to logout also, then we will not able to log out and login. So these two parts are not included, but every other path is checked if there is user info. So now inside of this, if we don't have user info, then we'll set toast as please login, and we'll push the page to /admin/login. And else if there is user info but the is admin is incorrect, means if the user info doesn't have is admin or is admin is false, then we'll write set toast login with admin user, and we'll push the router dot push to /. So if the normal user tries to access the admin panel, then this will prevent it. Okay, so that should fix that. Now let's, okay, please login is here. Now let's reload this page. This works. Now let's try to head over to dashboard, and you can see that we have this please login here, and we are redirected to this thing. Now let's try to login with a normal user and try to access admin panel. So demo and admin login, and I don't know if this user is an admin user /admin dashboard. Okay, this is not an admin user, so login with admin user. So we are not the admin user. Now let's log out and let's create a new user, and we'll make that user as an admin. Okay, I've created a new user, and now let's change the user type to admin. So where is the new user? This is the new user, and I'm going to change this to admin, and let's log out from this user, and let's try to login admin login, and yeah, we are able to access our admin dashboard using this admin user. So yeah, with this our Amazon clone is complete and everything is working in our Amazon clone. Thanks for watching this video. Now let's host this application. So now let's talk about Aptible. So what exactly is Aptible? Well, it's a game changer in the world of application hosting. Whether you are a developer or a business owner, Aptible has some fantastic features that can make your life so much easier. Let's talk about the features of Aptible in detail. First up, we have rapid deployment. Aptible simplifies the whole process of deployment, making it incredibly easy to get your app up and running. No more fussing with complex configurations, just focus on your code. Then we have rock solid security. Security is a top priority for any company, and Aptible takes it to the next level. They provide robust encryption, compliance controls, and regular audits to keep your data safe, because your peace of mind matters. And scaling your app couldn't be easier with Aptible. It automatically adjusts resources to match your app's needs. So there you have it, folks. Aptible, the future of application deployment and management. If you are a developer or a business owner looking to innovate faster and more securely, you owe it to yourself to check out Aptible. So now let's host our app on Aptible. Okay, so now let's host our app on Aptible. So this is the Aptible dashboard. And now let's click on this environment. And we are going to create a new database from here. Click on this new database. We are going to choose a Postgres database, but Aptible provides many databases with different versions. You can see that from here. And we are going to select Postgres SQL 14. And our database handle would be Amazon DB. And now let's click on this Save Changes button. So Aptible is provisioning our database. Wait for it to complete. Okay, so our database provision was successful. Now let's click on this databases from here and click on this Amazon DB. Now we want the credentials of this database to connect with our app. So let's click on this credentials, show the connection URL. I'm going to copy this and let's head over to our VS Code and let's head over to server and .env, and I'm going to replace this DB URL with the Aptible URL. So our user is Aptible. Let's change this as well to Aptible, and the DB password is this. I'm going to paste it right here, save it, and before that we also need to change our DB name. So the DB name is DB. Save it, and this process is complete. Now let's head over to environments. Click on the environment again and let's create a new app. This is going to be Amazon Backend. Let's create the app, and now we need to create an SSH key to able to push our code to Aptible. So what we are going to do is, let's head over to our VS Code. I'm going to open up a new terminal and I'm going to write this command ssh -keygen, not hyphen, dash keygen -t rsa -b 4096 and capital C with my email here. You can use your email here. Hit enter again, and our SSH key was generated. So the SSH key's location was here, and now I'm going to open it with my VS Code, the .ssh folder. So this is it, and we have this our SSH public key. We need to copy this and we are going to paste it here, and let's save the key. So this process was complete. Now we need this beta.aptible.com, and what we are going to do is we are going to create a config file here. So let's create a new file which is going to be a config, and the contents of the config would be host Aptible, a tab, then we'll have host name as beta.aptible.com, then we will have a user which is going to be Kishan Sheth. You can use your username here. Then we'll have an identity file which is going to be this ID RSA. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the path and paste it right here. Save this, and we are going to run this command ssh keyscan beta.aptible.com and have it in known hosts. Hit enter. Okay, so this is working, and now let's head over to our Amazon clone code, and in here what I'm going to do is first make sure that you are inside the server directory, and I'm going to write git init to create the empty git repository, then write git add dot to add the files to staging, and git commit -m initial commit to create a commit. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this remote URL from Aptible, paste it, and I'm going to copy this command as well, paste it here and change the main branch to master branch, hit enter. And yeah, our SSH connection with Aptible is working. So the code has been pushed to Aptible. You can see that we have this screen now, and now we'll have connect existing database function here. We are going to choose this Amazon DB, and we'll have database URL environment variable here. And what we are going to do is I'm going to copy all of our environment variables here, paste it, and have the save and deploy from here. That's it. Now wait for this to complete. Okay, so our deployment was complete. Let's select this and create the endpoint. Now let's wait for this endpoint provisioning to complete. Okay, so this endpoint provisioning has failed. I know what's the issue, and to fix this, I have created this Docker file to set up our app in the container. So this is the Docker file for the server, and this Docker file is for the Next.js app. So what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm going to copy this Docker file, first one, for our server. And you can also find the link to this gist in the description of the video. Now let's copy this, and we have this Docker file here, and I'm going to replace this. Now let me explain what we are doing here. Is we are getting the Node.js version 16. Then we are creating a directory where the application will be built. Then we are copying the package.json. Then we are installing all of our dependencies. Then we are copying the schema.prisma and running the npm run prisma generate. Then we are copying all of our code base and then running the npm prisma db push command. And then we are running the npm run build. We can do one thing. We don't need this command, npm run build. We can remove that. Then we have this environment variable port as 3000, and we are exposing that port. And then we are running this command npm start. So that will start our application. So let's save this Docker file, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have get add, and we are going to have get add Docker file and get commit -add added Docker file. And let's see here, we don't have anything. Now for pushing this change to Aptible, we have this command get push Aptible main. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and we have master branch. So we are going to push it, the master branch, to Aptible. So get push Aptible master. Wait for this, and I'm going to increase this, the height of this, because this command is going to take time, and all of our Docker commands are going to run here as well. So we'll have the logs here. Let's wait for it to build our application. Okay, so our deployment was successful. Now let's head over to Aptible, and let's head over to apps, Amazon backend. Let's head over to endpoints, and you can see that our endpoint and it has been provisioned. Let's click on this, and this was the endpoint that was failed, but now it should be working. Let's click on this URL, and this is not found. Let's click on /API, and yeah, it is working. So our application Swagger UI is here and it has been hosted. Now let's try to create a new user, sign up, try it out, and let's have this the same and execute. And we have the access token here. So our application generated backend was successfully hosted on Aptible. Now let's do the same for our Next.js app and connect the Next.js app with our Aptible hosted backend. So let's do that. So now what I'm going to do is, let's copy this app URL. So I'm going to copy this, and let's head over to our code base, and inside the client we have this next.config.js file, and I want you to create this environment variable next public -API -endpoint and paste that URL here. Make sure that this is correct. Save this file and head over to API client inside our source, and this lib API and API client, and replace this const API URL with process.env.nextPublic API endpoint. And I'm also going to do one thing. Let's ignore the TypeScript errors for this build to work. Just give me a minute, I'll just paste the command. Okay, so it is TypeScript, then we'll have ignore build errors as true, and that's it. Now we also have to create a Docker file for this. So inside the client, I'm going to create a Docker file. Inside the client, new file, Docker file, and let's add this other Docker file from here. To here. This is the same process. We are just building our application and exposing the port 3000. Save it. And now in the Aptible, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new app. So this is Amazon backend. Let's create environment, apps, new app. This is going to be Amazon next app, create app, and let's copy this and open up our terminal again. Now we are going to cd in our client, and I'm going to have get init here, then get add, get commit -m initial commit, going to paste the remote command, copy this Aptible push command, paste it here, change the main branch to master branch, hit enter, and wait for it to push our code. While we are here, I want you to see this screen. As soon as you push your code, we have this here scan code detected. Wait for this to complete. And you can see that we can add environment variables from here. Okay, so our Amazon clone has been hosted. Now let's head over to admin and add a category first. So I'm going to add electronics, add category, and the category was added. So yeah, we have successfully deployed our backend and frontend on Aptible and connected both of them. Okay, so that's it. Thank you for watching this video. This is me, Kishan Sheth, signing out.